Yang Kai hadn't had any dealings with the Zhang family of Maplewood City, but he had heard of them many times. He knew that they were quite powerful in Maplewood City. Apparently, the Zhang family had a Dao Source Realm old ancestor. There were many families in Maplewood City. However, there were only a few families with Dao Source Realm masters. The Zhang family had one, the Qin family also had one. Yang Kai had seen Jiang Chu He at the Soaring Dragon altar on the first floor of the five-colored treasure pagoda. He was the leader of the new generation of the Zhang family and was a third-order origin king. As long as he encountered an adequate opportunity, he could advance to the Dao Source Realm. The Zhang family had been in Maplewood City for hundreds of thousands of years, so their relationship with the various families, and even the city lord's mansion, was very complicated. Yang Kai might not have an idea why Zhang family's men took Zhou Ruoxi away, but a Saint King Realm girl was definitely little to no use to the Zhang family. I'm afraid some playboy of the Zhang family may have taken a liking to Zhang Ruoxi's beauty and wanted to do something indecent to her. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be too late. After all, it had already been a month since the Zhang family men took Zhang Ruoxi away. Anything could happen during this 1 month. But Yang Kai was more concerned about why Zhang Ruoxi left with the Zhang family members on her own, without any resistance. However, upon giving it a second thought, he realized that Zhang Ruoxi was young and had never left the Zhang family. She had a simple mind and might have been deceived. Just a few coaxing words might be sufficient to deal with a little girl like her. It was quite easy to make her obey. While feeling secretly anxious, Yang Kai was also a little frustrated with himself for not even being able to take care of a little girl. Since I am going to the Zhang family to find Zhang Ruoxi, I can't go in an open and above-board manner. If I touched any nerve of the Zhang family and they decided to silence Zhang Ruoxi, it would be too late to regret. So, Yang Kai decided to scout the Zhang family first. If Zhang Ruoxi was really at the Zhang family, he should somehow be able to find her with his powerful divine sense. After having come to a decision, Yang Kai didn't have the time to wait until dark. He rushed straight toward the Zhang family's location. To the east of Maplewood City was a huge residential area covering an area of about several dozen acres. It was surrounded by tall red walls with blue tiles. People who had been in Maplewood City all year round knew that this was the base of the Zhang family in Maplewood City. Generally, important members of the Zhang family lived here. Yang Kai arrived next to the outer walls and spread his divine sense. He sensed for a moment and was surprised to find that the outer walls were full of restrictions and traps. However, these kinds of restrictions were nothing for him. Since they had been discovered by him, naturally he won't trigger them. Just as Yang Kai was preparing to jump over the wall to sneak in, his expression slightly changed all of a sudden. He promptly turned around and used the Nihility secret technique to hide at one side. After a while, a graceful figure suddenly rushed over from not too far away and landed right where Yang Kai was standing before. She looked around for a while before she scratched her head and muttered to herself, confused, "It should be here. Where did it go? That's strange." Yang Kai was dumbstruck after hearing this. He couldn't help but take a closer look at the figure. Immediately, he blurted out in surprise, "Xiao Qi!" To his surprise, the person who discovered him was the mysterious Mo Xiao Qi. The two had not seen each other for over a year since they parted in the five-colored treasure pagoda. Now, just when Yang Kai had returned to Maplewood City, he was discovered by her. Since it was an acquaintance, Yang Cat naturally didn't need to hide. He dispersed the Nihility secret technique and reappeared. Mo Xiao Qi immediately spotted him. She walked over with a smile and happily said, "Brother Yang, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Where have you been over these 6 months? Why were you not in Maplewood City?" She showered him with a lot of questions, not even giving Yang Kai a chance to answer. Yang Kai gave a wry smile and replied, "I went out for something a little while ago. I just returned today." "Oh!" Mo Xiao Qi nodded upon hearing this. A smile immediately appeared on her lips as she stated, "I thought that Big Brother Yang left without saying goodbye. I felt hurt for a long time." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I will tell you if I'm going to leave. By the way, how did you find me?" Mo Xiao Qi stuck her fragrant tongue out as she answered, a little embarrassed, Do you remember that sound bead I gave you? I had put a tracking brand on it. As long as it's not too far away, I can find it. Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai. He took out that bead from the space ring, checked it, and after having failed to find anything important, he put it back. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoqi looked around and lowered her voice. This is the Jiang family's base. Big brother Yang, are you planning to sneak in? Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Mo Xiaoqi's pretty eyes lit up as she asked in a suppressed voice, why do you want to sneak in? Has someone in the Jiang family offended you? Would you like me to help? She looked pretty excited, as if she had found something extremely interesting. Yang Kai heaved a sigh and briefly explained to her about Zhang Ruoxi. Mo Xiaoqi was filled with righteous indignation after hearing this. She immediately proclaimed, Jiang family members' reputation has never been good, and this time they actually laid their hands on Sister Ruoxi. How disgusting. Currently, I'm not sure why the Jiang family took Ruoxi away. Yang Kai tightly frowned. Therefore, I have to secretly check them out. I'll help you. But Big Brother Yang, you should have told me that there was still someone in your cave mansion. If you had told me earlier, I would have taken Sister Ruoxi with me. Mo Xiaoqi glared at Yang Kai. She was blaming him a little. Yang Kai forced a cough and explained himself, embarrassed. I didn't know that I would be away for so long. Hi, let's not talk about this. Let me tell you what Ruoxi looks like. After going in, you should pay attention to it. Mo Xiaoqi nodded repeatedly. She listened with rapt attention, memorizing Zhang Ruoxi's appearance. A 16, 17-year-old girl at the peak of second-order Saint King realm were pretty obvious features. If Zhang Ruoxi was really in the Jiang family, it should not be that hard to find her. Be careful, the Jiang family has a Dao Source Realm Master presiding over the base. You can't let yourself be discovered by him, exhorted Yang Kai. Mo Xiaoqi immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, the old ancestor of the Jiang family doesn't live in Maplewood City. He retreats in a manor outside year-round. Yang Kai was assured after hearing this. As long as the Jiang family didn't have their Dao Source Realm Master, it should be impossible for anyone to find him and Mo Xiaoqi. Even though Mo Xiaoqi was just a third-order origin king, she acted very secretly and her concealing secret technique was also outstanding. So, he wasn't worried about her getting discovered. Afterwards, they agreed on a meeting time before splitting up. Since it was confirmed by Mo Xiaoqi that the Jiang family old ancestor wasn't here, Yang Kai acted more boldly. After sneaking into the Jiang family, he let his divine sense loose, scanning every nook and corner of the Jiang family's base. However, Yang Kai's expression became more solemn with the passage of time. He had failed to find any sign of Zhang Ruoxi. After 2 hours, when the sky turned dark, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi met again, in a small alley not far away from the Jiang family's wall. When he glanced at Mo Xiaoqi slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's face darkened as a deep furrow appeared on his brow. Big brother Yang, what should we do now? Sister Ruoxi will be all right, right? Mo Xiaoqi also started to worry. Now they had neither seen Ruoxi alive nor her corpse. This was the worst situation. Although she had never met Zhang Ruoxi, he was worried because of her natural kindness. I sure hope so. The gloomy look on Yang Kai's face was a little scary. Next, he pondered for a moment before proposing. Since this didn't work out, we can only do a frontal investigation. I hope that the Jiang family will not do anything to bring their own destruction. Mo Xiaoqi deeply glanced at Yang Kai after hearing this. She then nodded and said, I will come with you. Yang Kai had no objection. After a while, the two came to the front gate of the Jiang family together. The two Jiang family guards at the entrance were about to stop them when one of them noticed Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi's deep cultivation. He didn't dare to be neglectful. He politely cupped his fist and asked, May I ask the two why you have come to our Jiang family at such late hours? Yang Kai returned the courtesy and answered, May I trouble you to report to Patriarch Jiang that Spirit Pill Plaza alchemist Yang Kai is asking to meet him. An alchemist from the Spirit Pill Plaza? That guard was surprised after hearing this. He swept his eyes over at Yang Kai and finally said with a serious look on his face, Please wait a minute. I will go and inform the patriarch. The Spirit Pill Plaza was well known in Maplewood City. After all, it was set up here by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and the alchemists who could work for the Spirit Pill Plaza and Refine Pill were at least of origin king grade. How could a gate guard be neglectful when such a figure had suddenly visited the Zhang family? He immediately rushed in, obviously to report the Zhang family patriarch. Yang Kai had no choice but to borrow the fame of Spyrig Pill Plaza alchemist. After all, his name was worth nothing in Maplewood City. Only by using alchemist identity could he make the Zhang family take him seriously and be a little afraid of him, which in turn would allow him to inquire about Ro Shi's whereabouts safely and easily. Mo Xiaoqi, and he only had to wait outside for half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Suddenly, a burst of laughter resounded from the Zhang family manor. His voice could be heard even before he had arrived. Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist Yang has graced my Zhang family with his presence. You have brought light to my Zhang family. This old master, Zhang Lin, welcomes alchemist Yang. Just as the last word fell, a 50-year-old or so elderly man with a ruddy complexion walked out and cupped his fists, greeting with an amiable look on his face. Naturally, this man was the current patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin was wearing a cyan robe and had an air of majesty around him. The gleam in his eyes converged, making him less conspicuous. But the source qi in his body was extremely pure. Yang Kai secretly nodded in acknowledgement and realized that the rumors about Zhang family patriarch being on the verge of advancing to the Dao source realm were true. There were some other third-order origin king cultivators following behind Zhang Lin. All of them were old. Obviously, they should be the elder-level figures of the Zhang family. Surprisingly, Jiang Chu He's figure was also among the crowd. When Jiang Chu He noticed Yang Kai, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment as a look of astonishment took over his face. Obviously, he had never expected that Yang Kai would be the Spirit Pill Plaza alchemist. After all, he had met Yang Kai at the Soaring Dragon altar in the past. Zhang family patriarch, Zhang Lin, and many elders came to greet Yang Kai, giving Yang Kai enough face. Yang Kai cupped his fists and stated in neither humble or pushy manner, "I'm really sorry for visiting and disturbing Patriarch Zhang and everyone at this late hour. I hope that you won't blame me." "What are you saying? Alchemist Yang, you are more than welcome to my Zhang family. It's a blessing to my Zhang family. You haven't disturbed us." Zhang Lin was so overly enthusiastic he broke into laughter while speaking. He then leaned closer to Yang Kai and proposed, gesturing, "Alchemist Yang, let's talk inside." Yang Kai gently nodded. He then winked at Mo Xiaoqi before heading straight to the inner region of Zhang family, led by Zhang Lin. After a short while, everyone came to the Zhang family's guest hall, where the guests and the host took their seats. The servants had long been notified to prepare tea, which was presented to them. Under Zhang Lin's warm reception, Yang Kai took a few sips of tea and absent-mindedly gave a few praises. Zhang Lin seemed unaware. He chuckled and stated, "I have long heard of renowned Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist Yang, but never had the chance to meet. I never thought that alchemist Yang would come to my Zhang family in person." This Zhang is really taken aback and pleasantly surprised. A sliver of amazement appeared on Yang Kai's face as he asked, "Patriarch Zhang has heard of me?" He thought that Zhang Lin was doing lip service before. He had never expected for Zhang Lin to actually know him. Zhang Lin smiled and explained, "Everyone with a little status in Maplewood City already knows about Alchemist Yang. Let me tell you, my Zhang family had purchased a lot of source condensing pill that you refined. Many of our disciples had benefited from this. And I have also heard about Alchemist Yang using his own power to save the Spirit Pill Plaza from closing down." Yang Kai was struck with realization after hearing this. Even though Yang Kai hadn't shown his face much during his time in the Spirit Pill Plaza, some things that happened in the Spirit Pill Plaza couldn't be hidden from these local snakes. So, it wasn't surprising for them to know about Yang Kai. Maplewood City doesn't have many alchemists, and the alchemists who can refine the source condensing pill are even fewer. Even if Alchemist Yang doesn't want to be famous, someone has already spread your name. Zhang Lin laughter. Suddenly, he changed the topic and inquired, "However, I heard that Alchemist Yang has now left the Spirit Pill place and is no longer refining pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza. I wonder if it's true or false. Yang Kai had no intention of hiding it. He nodded, agreeing. Yes, I had an agreement with shopkeeper Kong that I would only refine pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza for 2 months. Now that agreement is already over. Really? Zhang Lin was overjoyed. Not only Zhang Lin was overjoyed, but even the Zhang family elders sitting by the side also had a change in their expression. Each and every one of them looked at Yang Kai with an ardent gaze as if they were looking at some peerless beauty. They couldn't wait to swallow him in one bite. Seeing this, Yang Kai furrowed his brow and said, Alchemy has never been my prime focus, and I have no intention of pursuing it further. So it's like that. How could someone as experienced as Zhang Lin not tell what Yang Kai was implying? He lamented, a little disappointed. If that's Alchemist Yang's wish, it would really be a pity. I wonder why Alchemist Yang has come to my Zhang family? If my Zhang family can help you in any way, I will definitely not refuse. Even though Yang Kai had proclaimed that Yang Kai was still an Origin King grade alchemist, after all. It wasn't bad for the Zhang family to be in the good graces of someone like him. So how could Zhang Lin miss such a good opportunity? And he knew that since Yang Kai was here at Zhang family, there had to be something he needed from Zhang family. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and answered, Since Patriarch Zhang had mentioned this, I'll get straight to the point. I have come to your noble family mainly because I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Zhang Lin furrowed his brow. The other elders looked confused as well. They could not help but wonder who Yang Kai was looking for in the Zhang family. Zhang Lin asked, I wonder who Alchemist Yang is looking for? A 16 or 17-year-old girl. She should be at the peak of the Second Order Saint King realm. Yang Kai briefly described Ruoshi's appearance and some distinguishing features. When he was talking, a ruddy old man sitting on the left side suddenly had his eyelids twitch before returning to normal the next moment. Yang Kai's divine sense had instantly caught this minute detail. His brow instantly twitched as he glanced at him thoughtfully. That elder immediately lowered his eyes. His expression remained unchanged. After hearing Yang Kai's details, Zhang Lin inquisitively looked at everyone and asked, Is there someone like her in our Zhang family? An old man sitting under Zhang Lin immediately got up, cupped his fists and answered, Reporting to Patriarch, our Zhang family may have a girl like her, but I don't know if it's the same person Alchemist Yang is looking for. Okay, bring that girl here for Alchemist Yang to take a look. If it's the girl Alchemist Yang is looking for, my Zhang family naturally will not be able to keep her. Zhang Lin happily spoke. No need. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Mo Xiaoqi, who had been quietly sitting all the while, waved off her hand and stated, The girl we are looking for isn't here. Zhang Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow. He looked at Mo Xiaoqi and then at Yang Kai before suspiciously asking, Alchemist Yang, what's the meaning of this? Since you have come to my Zhang family to find someone, and yet now you are saying she isn't in my Zhang family? This Zhang is really confused. A Zhang family elder's expression changed as if he seemed to have thought of something. The next moment he shouted in a deep voice, Could it be that you are so sure because you have secretly investigated my Zhang family? Everyone's face darkened after hearing this. They looked at Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, looking a little displeased. Yang Kai, on the other hand, remained calm and at peace as he justified. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I have placed a restriction on that girl. As long as she isn't too far away from me, I can sense that restriction. That's why we are so sure. So that's how it is. Zhang Lin nodded as realization dawned upon him. He immediately asked again, Since that's that case, why has Alchemist Yang come to my Zhang family to look for her? It's like this. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he straightened his words. Someone has seen that girl enter your Zhang family's compound, enter the Zhang family manor. Therefore, this Yang had taken the liberty to come and disturb everyone. But I don't know why she isn't here. If anyone knows about her whereabouts, please tell me if possible. This Yang will be grateful. Someone saw her? Who was it? The Zhang family elder, who had spoken before, furiously asked back. I really can't answer this. Xianxia shook his head. He was unable to tell them about the young woman. And if I'm right, she might have already left Maplewood City. That's pure slander. That Jiang family elder angrily flung his sleeve. If my Jiang family really had her, why would we hide her? My Jiang family won't do anything shameful. No one said that you want to do something shameful. Mo Xiaoqi curled her lips upon hearing this. You? That Jiang family immediately blew his top. All right. Jiang Lin too furrowed his brow. He waved off his hand and glared at that elder. Then, he turned to Xianxia and asked, Alchemist Yang, why are you taking it seriously when you haven't seen that girl enter my Jiang family without your own eyes? Isn't that just hearsay? Besides, you even have the restriction on that girl. So, you should know better than anyone whether she is in Jiang family manner or not. Xianxia nodded. I know. This matter might have offended everyone a little, but that little girl is very important to me. So be it, Alchemist Yang. Anyway, since this matter has already involved my Jiang family, this Jiang can't sit idly by. My Jiang family has some power in Maplewood City. We can investigate a little for you. It would naturally be best if we can find that little girl and clear our name. What does Alchemist Yang think? Having said this, Jiang Lin gazed at Xianxia with shine in his eyes. Xianxia narrowed his eyes for a while before lightly nodding and agreed. Then I shall trouble Patriarch Jiang. If Jiang family can bring that little girl to this Yang safe and sound, this Yang promises to refine pills for Jiang family for an entire month. I forgot to tell Patriarch Jiang that this Yang is now a high-rank Origin King-grade alchemist. If I'm lucky, it won't be difficult to refine a Dao Source-grade pill. After having refined the Dao Source pill that day, Xianxia became a Dao Source-grade alchemist. However, even in the star boundary, Dao Source-grade alchemists were extremely rare. Of course, Xianxia won't tell just anyone about being a high-rank Origin King-grade alchemist. As expected, all the Jiang family members looked at him with excitement just as he reported this. High-rank Origin King-grade alchemist? Refine pills for 1 month? Even Jiang Lin's gaze started to grow hotter. Even though he knew that all the alchemists working for Spirit Pill Plaza were at least an Origin King-grade alchemist, he had never imagined Xianxia to actually be a high-rank Origin King-grade alchemist. Such an alchemist was extremely attractive to any family, and if he could enter his good graces and tie a friendship, it would be greatly beneficial to the future development of any family. And if he advanced to Dao Source grade, Jiang family wouldn't be able to afford him. In a flash, Jiang Ling and many of the Jiang family elders' breathing became rapid. But if that girl is harmed in any way, whoever has laid hands on her, I will make it so difficult for his family that even fowls and dogs would not be at peace. When these words fell, the expression of all the Jiang family members suddenly turned cold and stern. Jiang Lin's face twitched a few times before he finally smiled and assured, if the person who took that little girl came to know that she has such a relationship with Alchemist Yang, he will definitely not dare to be impolite to her and would treat her as his guest of honor. I hope so. Xianxia nodded lightly. After having said this, he stood up, cupped his fists, and took his leave. This Yang apologizes for disturbing everyone. This Yang will take his leave. Everyone doesn't need to send me off. After bidding his goodbye, he signaled Mo Xiaoqi before the two quickly left under the watchful eyes of the Jiang family group. The next moment, the atmosphere inside the guest hall became a bit solemn. No one uttered a single word for a long time after Xianxia left. All the high-level figures of the Jiang family were hesitatingly looking at each other. As their eyes met, some unknown messages were exchanged through the air. After a long time, someone angrily shouted, "He is too arrogant. How dare he come to my Jiang family and act wantonly?" The speaker was none other than Jiang Chu He, the leader of the new generation. When he met Xianxia at the Soaring Dragon altar on the first floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda in the past, both of them were cultivators who had come in for experience and toughening. He had never expected that, when they met again today, the opposite party would have turned into an alchemy grandmaster whom even patriarch and elders dared not neglect. He couldn't partake in the discussion just now. The difference in their status made him very uncomfortable. Furthermore, when the opposite party came to the Jiang family, he had not even spared a glance at him from the beginning to the end. Clearly, the opposite party was despising him. That's right. In the end, he even dared to threaten us. That was really hateful. The elder who had spoken earlier spoke with a gloomy look on his face. Jiang Lin let out a cold snort and indifferently ordered, "This is not the right place to talk. All of you follow me." After saying this, he stood up and left right away. Others also hurriedly followed after him. After a while, everyone was gathered in a secret room of the Jiang family. Jiang Lin glanced at everyone and asked, "Elders, is the girl alchemist Yang looking for is in that place?" Hearing this, one of them sighed and said, "Since she is at the peak of Second Order Saint King, she is most likely there. Patriarch, you should also know that the people we have been searching for recently are mainly at that level of cultivation. Alchemist Yang's friend must have been taken there." Another elder stood up and confirmed, cupping his fists, "I have some impressions of that little girl." Huh? Hearing this, Jiang Lin glanced at that elder and asked, "So she has really been sent there?" "Yes." That elder gently nodded. "Two of our disciples found that little girl all alone in the city. She had been standing somewhere for an entire month. So, it was concluded that she had no friends or relatives. After a little inquiry, we indeed confirmed that she had no background or backing in Maplewood City. She was then brought to the Jiang family, and this old master sent her into the mine along with others." After a pause, the elder continued, having a headache. It never occurred to this old master that the girl would be an acquaintance of Alchemist Yang. Now, it seems that the person she had been waiting for all the while should be Alchemist Yang. If I had known this, I would have never sent her to the mine. Since she is indeed with us, what should we do now? Some people were very dissatisfied. It's impossible for us to hand her over. The ore produced by that mine is very rare and unique. That mine is the only hope of our Jiang family's rise. Any word about the mine cannot be leaked. If you really brought her back, the news about the mine will no longer be hidden, and if the city lord's mansion got the word of it, our Jiang family will be in danger. Since we can't bring her back, we can only—" Another person suggested in a cold voice. Everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin was also having a terrible headache. After all, Yang Kai had proclaimed that if the Jiang family could send Zhang Ruoxi back safely, he would refine pills for the Jiang family for an entire month. Now that he had to give up on such a good deal, Jiang Lin was also feeling extremely distressed. "Patriarch, don't hesitate. Yang Kai himself has stated that he had placed a restriction on the girl. As long as the girl is not too far away from him, he can sense it. If Yang Kai came to sense that girl's location, the mine's secret would be exposed. Compared to the mine, a high-rank Origin King-grade alchemist refining pills for 1 month is nothing. Not to mention, this matter is related to the interests of the City Lord's mansion. If the City Lord's mansion really came to know about it, our Jiang family have no place to stand in Maplewood City." "That's right, Patriarch. You can't hesitate anymore." Against everyone's persuasion, Jiang Lin could only sigh in resignation. Obviously, he had made his decision. He turned his gaze to another elder and ordered, "Fifth elder, I will leave this matter to you. Finish it cleanly." Fifth elder promptly cupped his fists and said, "When I do things, you don't need to worry about anything. All of you can go now." Jiang Lin waved his hand. "No one can go anywhere near the mine for now, and tell everyone there to be careful too, lest they are noticed by Yang Kai." "Yes." Everyone promptly agreed. After leaving the Jiang family, Yang Kai had a deep and profound look on his face. Mo Xiaoqi said, "I think that there was something wrong with the Jiang family members. Sister Ruoxi might really be with them." "You might be right." Yang Kai recalled the change in the expression of one of the Jiang family elders during the conversation. He had already come to a conclusion. However, the problem is that she is not in the Jiang family. Where is she? Why are the Jiang family members hiding her? Yang Kai was really confused. While he was thinking, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly clapped her hands as if she had thought of something. She suddenly asked, "By the way, Big Brother Yang, do you have anything that has been used by Sister Ruoxi?" Something used by her? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. What do you want to do? If you have something used by her, I may have a way to track her whereabouts. Really? Yang Kai looked overjoyed. Yeah, but I need something with her aura. It would be best if it's something used by her once, such as clothes or a piece of her hair. Mo Xiaoqi tilted her head and said, I don't have anything like that, but what? I know a place which should have something. Yang Kai raised the corner of his lips as beckoned to her. Come with me. Just as he finished speaking, Source Qi wrapped around Mo Xiaoqi as they shot toward a certain direction as swiftly as wind. Just as Yang Kai used his Source Qi to move, Mo Xiaoqi was immediately able to sense it a little. She looked at Yang Kai in shock and asked, Big Brother Yang, have you advanced to the Dao Source Realm? She hadn't paid attention to Yang Kai's change before. Besides, Yang Kai had deliberately hidden his aura, so Mo Xiaoqi didn't realize that Yang Kai had advanced. Yang Kai answered with a nod. I encountered some opportunity when I went out a while ago and was lucky enough to break through. Big Brother Yang, you are so damn cool, Mo Xiaoqi exclaimed with sincere admiration. Yang Kai shook his head and stated, Dao Source Realm is nothing. You will be able to break through soon. Mo Xiaoqi chuckled upon hearing this. She seemed pretty confident. After a short while, Yang Kai brought Mo Xiaoqi to a manor 300 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Surprisingly, it was the Zhang family's residence. Yang Kai didn't have anything used by Zhang Ruoxi, but the Zhang family definitely had it. He asked Mo Xiaoqi to wait outside as he sneaked into the Zhang mansion alone. He didn't alarm the old woman and that beautiful woman of the Zhang family. After all, it involved Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai didn't want them to worry. He spread his divine sense and found that the Zhang family was completely peaceful. Although there were many restrictions and arrays laid in the manor, how could the means of a small family as the Zhang family block Yang Kai? Besides, his divine sense was a lot stronger than before advancing to the Dao Source Realm. He easily avoided many restrictions and arrived at Zhang Ruoxi's boudoir. He looked around a bit and noticed that the boudoir was spotless. It was as clean as new. Obviously, it was because someone must have been cleaning it frequently. And lying on the fragrant bed was a pile of neatly folded clothes. These should be worn by Zhang Ruoxi before. Yang Kai didn't take a closer look and just casually grabbed them and stuffed it into his space ring. Afterwards, he quickly left the Zhang family residence. After a short while, he went back outside, handed the clothes he had just taken to Mo Xiaoqi, and asked, Is this okay? Mo Xiaoqi took them and picked up the one at the top, spreading it apart with a flick of her hand. The next moment, Mo Xiaoqi's pretty face couldn't help but turn red all over as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai too had a dumbfounded look on his face. He immediately withdrew his gaze from that piece of cloth and explained himself, embarrassed. I just took it without looking. Only now did he realize that it was a piece of tight-fitting corsage. It was pink, small, and exquisite. Looking at the other clothes in Mo Xiaoqi's hands, they were all undergarments. For a moment, Yang Kai's face too couldn't help but turn red, feeling awkward. Mo Xiaoqi shyly stomped her feet and put away the rest of the clothes. She then turned around, facing her back at Yang Kai, and patted a cloth bag on her waist. The next moment, the heaven-escaping bat, Xiao Fu, that Yang Kai had seen before suddenly appeared, followed by strange squeaks. The small bat circled around Mo Xiaoqi before standing stably on Mo Xiaoqi's shoulder. Mo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, had a serious look on her face. She formed a few hand seals and mumbled something. Heaven knows what she was mumbling. After a while, she bit the tip of her finger, drew a weird spirit array on Zhang Ruoxi's corsage before she put the blood-stained finger on Xiao Fu's forehead. Chi. Suddenly, the spirit array on the corsage streaked across the air, flying straight into the heaven-escaping bat's forehead, disappearing into nothing instantly. The next moment, the heaven-escaping bat started sniffing. It then spread its wings and flew into the air, dexterously danced in the air before it flew straight toward a certain direction. Follow it, Mo Xiaoqi tenderly shouted. She put away that little corsage and hurriedly chased after it. Seeing this, Yang Kai hurriedly followed after them without a moment of hesitation. There was a barren mountain about 2,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. The barren mountain looked extremely desolate. Not even a single grass was growing on it. Furthermore, the world energy here was extremely thin. It wasn't inhabited by any cultivator. There was only a small village here. All the people living in this small village were ordinary people who couldn't cultivate. However, because of the desolation of the barren mountain, there were no wild beasts or monster beasts here. Furthermore, it was close to Maplewood City. So, even ordinary people could live and work here. In some hidden cave on the barren mountain, 2 first-order king cultivators happened to be sitting in a meditative state. Suddenly, one of the men in white robes appeared to have sensed something. He hurriedly opened his eyes as a communication artifact appeared in his palm with a flick of his hand. He promptly poured his divine sense into and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after reading the message. "What are the orders from the family?" The other person also opened his eyes and asked. The man in the white robe answered as a weird look appeared on his face. "Fifth Elder has sent a message. He wants us to deal with the little girl who was brought a month ago." "Little girl?" The other man frowned and doubtfully asked. "Why did the family transmit this kind of order? Was there anything weird about that little girl?" "I have no idea, and the Fifth Elder didn't say anything." The man in white shook his head. "Since it's Fifth Elder's command, then you should go and finish it as soon as possible." "I will keep watch here for the time being," the other man exhorted. After a brief discussion, the man in white immediately went inside the cave and stood on an array. Then, he took out a few source crystals and placed them inside the grooves around the array before forming a hand seal, starting up the array. The next moment, the man in white soon disappeared, followed by a thrum and faint space force fluctuations. Seeing this, the other Jiang family cultivator, who was guarding this place, withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again, meditating. After about the time it takes for an incense to burn, a small beast suddenly landed on a small mound 3 kilometers away from the cave. And hot on its tail, Mo Xiaoqi and Yang Kai's figures appeared. The little beast lightly sniffed toward the front and immediately after, started squeaking. Mo Xiaoqi furrowed her black brow before she turned to Yang Kai and said with some hesitation, "Big brother Yang, Xiao Fu said that Ruoxie aura has disappeared in that cave." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned cold. He promptly spread his divine sense to that side. After a short wait, he cried in surprise, "Space array? There is a space array in there?" Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai in surprise, hearing this. Yang Kai nodded and answered, "There is. Furthermore, it seems to have been used just recently. There are some space force fluctuations lingering around it. Also, there is a first-order origin king cultivator on the lookout inside the cave. I guess we are at the right place. So, shall we break in?" Mo Xiaoqi inquired. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded his agreement. But right then, his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Damn it! Ruoxie might be in danger." It suddenly struck him that he had just inquired with the Jiang family about Ruoxie, and someone here has used the space array. It was quite likely that it had something to do with the Jiang family. Perhaps the upper echelon of the Jiang family had sent a message to silence Zhang Ruoxie. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly became anxious. He didn't care about hiding anymore. With a jolt, his figure instantly shot towards the cave. The Jiang family cultivator inside the cave was extremely sensitive. The moment Yang Kai made a move, he sensed it and opened his eyes, and when he saw a streak of light shooting over at an astonishing speed, his expression couldn't help but drastically change. He promptly circulated his Saint Qi and stood up, looking ahead with an ugly look on his face. And when Yang Kai's aura came bearing down on him, the Jiang family cultivator's face immediately turned pale. He cried in horror, "Dao Source Realm." He was just a first-order origin king cultivator who had just formed his own domain. How could he stand against a Dao Source Realm master? Just as he cried out, Yang Kai had already arrived before him and lightly smacked his palm on his chest. The man suddenly felt a tremendous force assailing him as he was sent flying, spewing blood. By the time he crashed on the ground, He was already unconscious. Yang Kai hadn't killed him. After all, he still had to figure out the connection between Zhang Ruoxi and the Zhang family, so he couldn't bear to kill someone rashly. However, the opposite party would remain unconscious for several days under his palm strike, which would be enough for him to find out everything clearly. After landing, Yang Kai immediately cast his gaze on the space array inside the cave. Mo Xiaoqi had also arrived by now. After a while, Yang Kai couldn't help exclaim in surprise. "Big brother, what did you find?" asked Mo Xiaoqi. This array wasn't set up by the Zhang family, and neither was it arranged recently. It seemed to be quite old. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. The space array inside the cave was old and blotched. Obviously, it was laid a long time ago. However, as it was hidden inside this barren mountain's cave, it was unlikely to be discovered. Heaven knows how the Zhang family came to learn about this place and where it led to. Is there any secret here? Mo Xiaoqi immediately became interested. Her pair of beautiful eyes glimmered with a strange gleam as she kept looking at the array. Let's check it out later. Yang Kai was worried about Zhang Ruoxi's safety and had no intention of careful investigation. Next, he arrived on the array with a flicker as Mo Xiaoqi nodded and stepped on it as well. Yang Kai immediately prompted the space force in his body and poured it into the array. In the next moment, the array started humming as the two disappeared with a flash of light. Suddenly, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi appeared in a dark and humid area deep under the ground. How deep? No one knew. However, before they could check their surroundings, they heard someone shouting, "Who are you? You actually dared to break into my Zhang family's secret land." Immediately after the shout, two violent attacks flew toward Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi from left and right, without any explanation. And judging by the fluctuations caused when they attacked, these two were actually third-order origin king cultivators. Yang Kai's gaze turned colder as he shouted aloud, without even looking at the oncoming attacks, "Solidify!" The next moment, the space principles fluctuated as the surrounding space suddenly solidified as if it had received some kind of order. The next moment, the two attacks that were just about to strike Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi strangely disappeared into thin air as two figures appeared, left and right. The two seemed to have never expected their attacks to be dealt with in such an unbelievable way. Both of them were stupefied for a while. However, the man on the left immediately reacted as he cried in shock, "Principles! Tao Source Realm Master." While speaking, his feet kicked the ground as his figure flew toward the rear. Surprisingly, he immediately thought of fleeing after seeing things turn bad. But how could Yang Kai let his wish come true? Immediately, a golden blood thread flew out from his fingertip with the flick of his wrist, directly tying up that man. That man started sweating buckets, sensing the sharp aura emanating from the golden blood thread. How could he dare to make any strange movements? He was more afraid of inadvertently getting cut into several pieces. He stood straight and looked at Yang Kai in horror. The other man also stood in his place with a dumbfounded look on his face. After all, Mo Xiaoqi was standing before him with a sharp dagger in her hand. The dagger was radiating a cold glow and happened to be pointed at his chest. Obviously, in the momentary lapse in the man's concentration, Mo Xiaoqi had already subdued him with lightning-fast means. Yang Kai glanced over the two with a cold look on his face. The man on the left asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why do you break into my Zhang family's private land and attack us? You don't need to know who I am, and I'm here to find someone. If you obediently cooperate, perhaps I will let you live." Yang Kai's tone turned colder, staring at him. To find someone. That man immediately furrowed his brow after hearing this. He nervously looked at Yang Kai and asked with difficulty as a drop of sweat trickled down his forehead, "I wonder who is your excellency looking for? Is there a girl named Zhang Ruoxi here?" asked Yang Kai. The two Origin King realm cultivators of the Zhang family looked at each other before the man who had spoken earlier justified himself with a bitter smile. "We are just ordered to guard the entrance. We have no idea about the name of those people. Big brother Yang, you don't need to ask anything. Xiao Fu has smelled Sister Ruoxi's aura. She is here." Suddenly, Mo Xiaoqi interrupted in excitement. Yang Kai quickly looked over and noticed the heaven-escaping bat squeaking around toward a direction with glittering eyes, as if it had really found something. "I'll leave the things here to you. Let me borrow Xiao Fu." Having finished speaking, Yang Kai poked a few times toward the two third-order Origin King cultivators, pouring his source chi into their bodies. Immediately, the two let out a muffled groan as blood trickled down the corner of their lips. Having done this, Yang Kai beckoned to the bat as the little beast immediately flew ahead. "Big Brother Yen, be careful. There is something strange about this place," Mo Xiaoqi exhorted from behind. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement, but he didn't slow down. While flying along the way, Yang Kai had the time to carefully inspect the surroundings. He was inside an underground mine. The mine had numerous branches and forked roads. From time to time, he could hear clanking noises coming from the other end of the fork. Apparently, someone appeared to be mining something. However, the places Yang Kai passed by had been mined already, leaving only pieces of rocks behind. Following the little beast, Yang Kai soon entered a forked road. Yang Kai immediately sensed the aura of many living beings inside that forked road. After a short while, Yang Kai saw many people knocking on the walls of the dimly lit mine tunnel as broken pieces of rocks fell on the ground. What surprised Yang Kai was the fact that everyone in here had the cultivation of Saint King Realm or lower. There wasn't a single Origin returning Realm Master. All of them had their hands and feet cuffed with special bracelets and anklets, which would rattle every time they moved. They were simply unable to hide their whereabouts. Perhaps they noticed something. All the people mining the or turned their heads together, looking at Yang Kai. A desolate feeling gripped Yang Kai's heart, noticing their listless gazes. Heaven knows how long they have been kept here, let alone how long they had been mining here. Each of these cultivators appeared extremely exhausted and haggard. Only a few among them retained a little of their spirits. There were even a few decomposing corpses lying on the ground nearby, filling the air of an already poorly circulated mine with a foul smell. Yang Kai promptly halted his footsteps and asked, looking around, "Which one of you is the leader? Stand out and speak up." All those cultivators hesitatingly looked at each other after hearing this. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of most of them. They seemed to be afraid of standing out. After a long time, a young-looking cultivator stood up. He appeared to be no older than 30 years. His tattered clothes were unable to hide his robust body. Although his aura seemed a little weaker, it was a lot better than the others. The man, standing not too far away from Yang Kai, cupped his fists and introduced himself. "This one is Zhou Kong. May I ask what instruction Senior has for me?" Yang Kai seemed to be about the same age as him, but his cultivation was much higher than him. So naturally, he believed Yang Kai to be an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. He didn't think that there was anything wrong in addressing Yang Kai as a senior. "Who are you guys? Why are you all here?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Zhou Kong couldn't help but gaze at Yang Kai in surprise after hearing this. Suddenly, he appeared to have thought of something as he exclaimed in excitement, "Senior isn't a member of the Jiang family?" "Jiang family?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "No, I came here to find someone. Senior is really not a member of the Jiang family?" Zhou Kang's voice suddenly rose a little as if he couldn't believe it. All of a sudden, the other cultivators turned their gazes at Yang Kai as their faces beamed with joy. Their dull and listless eyes immediately started shining brightly, as if they saw hope in the darkness. "What would I get for deceiving you?" Yang Kai impatiently shouted. "I believe you, Senior." Zhou Land didn't dare to suspect any more and shouted, "Senior, since you aren't a Jiang family member, I beg Senior to save us from this sea of suffering. Senior, please save us. Free us, please." Suddenly, cries of help rang everywhere. All the handcuffed people pleadingly looked at Yang Kai. Zhou Kong explained, "To tell Senior the truth, most of us are loose cultivators with no friends or families. People related to some small families have also been caught by the Jiang family and brought here for mining. We would be punished if we resisted even a bit. Some of my brothers have even died. We can't take it anymore. It's really unbearable. What are you mining here?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. It's this. Senior, please take a look. Zhou Kan hurriedly took out something from the nearby basket and respectfully handed it to Yang Kai. As Yang Kai took it and checked it out, he immediately cried in surprise, "Pure heart jade?" He recognized it at once. It was an extremely rare jade that could help the cultivator cleanse his heart and soul. It had a special effect. If a cultivator in retreat was cultivating the secret art or was about to break through, and was wearing a piece of this jade, it had a great chance of offsetting the danger of the heart demon. And if it was worn year-round, it had some hidden benefits as well. Because of these reasons, this jade was very expensive. Just a thumbnail-sized piece cost 2,000 to 3,000 source crystals. And the piece Zhou Kong had picked up had the size of a palm. It was at least worth 10,000 source crystals. Not to mention that the basket was filled with more pure heart jade. This is actually a pure heart jade mine. No wonder the Jiang family were trying to be so secretive and didn't want to be discovered. If the other great forces came to learn about this, the Jiang family alone would not be able to block them. As for the city lord's mansion, they would certainly intervene to have a share. However, some labor was definitely needed to mine this kind of thing, and the Jiang family didn't have enough, so they could only target others. And these cultivators of Saint King Realm and lower realms with no friends and families or backing were the best candidates. Even though Maplewood City couldn't be considered big in the entire Southern Territory and the overall realm of the cultivators wasn't that high, many people come and go every day, like carps moving down the stream. No one would notice a few Saint King and lower realm cultivators going missing from time to time. People like Zhou Kong were captured as labor for mining. Obviously, the same was true for Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai understood the crux of the matter in a short time. He finally realized why the Jiang family didn't want to disclose the whereabouts of Zhang Ruoxi, instead pretending to be ignorant and remaining unmoved even when he gave them the right conditions. So, they were afraid of exposing the secret of this mine. Having understood this, Yang Kai's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. "Senior." Zhou Kong gingerly looked at Yang Kai. He had no idea what was going on in Yang Kai's mind. "Leave the things and go." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Ha!" Zhou Kong was taken aback, a little confused. Right then, Yang Kai raised his hand as golden light flickered in the mine. One after another, golden blood threads shot out Yang Kai's fingertips, cutting the handcuffs and anklets binding the hands and feet of Zhou Kong and the others into two. "I said you can leave? Or do you want to stay here?" Yang Kai glanced at Zhou Kong. Not waiting for any response from him, he collected all the mined pure heart jade on the ground into his space ring before flying toward the front right away. Suddenly, cheers of joy and excitement rang not long after Yang Kai left. Seeing the cuffs on their wrists and ankles cut off, why would those cultivators doubt Yang Kai? The impatient prisoners were already running toward the exit. "By the way, Senior, don't go too deep. There is something weird about the innermost region." Zhou Kong was also overjoyed, but he suddenly shouted a warning at Yang Kai as if he had thought of something. But Yang Kai could not be found. Heaven knows how deep he had already gone. Senior should have heard it, right? Zhou Kong tilted his head, thinking. But soon he threw it to the back of his mind. It had already been 2 years since he was captured by the Jiang family. He originally believed that he would be unable to escape this place in his life and would ultimately die here. Thankfully, a noble man had come out of nowhere today to help them, and he could see the sun again. An excited Zhou Kong dashed straight toward the exit, shouting in joy all the while. In a short while, the entire mine was seething. Countless cultivators who had been brought here to mine rushed out in desperation, venting their joy of regaining freedom. Meanwhile, Yang Kai followed the little bat to the depth of the mine. Along the way, he freed all the miners he encountered and took all the mined pure heart jade into his space ring at the same time. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of the mine, a delicate figure was rushing inward. Clattering noises could be heard every time she moved, which happened to be the sound made by the clashing of cuffs on her wrists and ankles. Her small figure was dressed in miserable rags and tatters, while her hair was a mess and even her face covered in black dust, making it hard to discern her original appearance. However, from her panicking eyes and face that kept looking back, a bit of Zhang Ruoxi's image could still be discerned. Surviving in the mine had not been easy. For the month since she was brought to this mine, Xianxia, she had been exposed to darkness and fear that she had never experienced in her teenage life. Not to mention the harsh requirements set by the Jiang family. She was required to mine a certain amount every day, or else she would be punished. What's more, every miner here wasn't that good to provoke. Having been captured and tortured here, these miners' temperament had completely changed. When they saw a weak and lonely little girl, many would naturally be interested in her. Fortunately, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to gain a foothold here. If that was not the case, she might have been gnawed to the point that not even a single bone remained. After she had given a beating to a few ignorant fools who were coveting her beauty and wanted to take advantage of her, no one dared to cause trouble for her anymore. And in order to avoid similar trouble, she had deliberately made herself unsightly. As expected, no one was interested in her anymore. She had gained peace for a while. However, the daily mining was extremely difficult. The pure heart jade was embedded deep in the rocks, and it took a lot of effort to mine it. In just 1 month, her hands and feet had lost a few layers of skin. Her figure, which was already lean, had grown thinner, and after every day of tiresome mining, she would go to sleep in tears and pain before waking up again to continue enduring the painful life. Since childhood, she had been spoiled in the Zhang family. She was the apple of Zhang family matriarch's eye. How could Xianxia have ever thought that she would have to live in such a dark place? She missed her great-grandmother, her grandmother, and everyone in the Zhang family. Every now and then, another face would flash before her eyes. Naturally, it was her Sir Yang, who had the grace of giving a new lease to her Zhang family and had not returned since he left half a year ago. She didn't have much contact with Sir. Although she had been with him for a while, Sir had never asked her for anything. Hadn't even asked her to serve him. All she was asked was to stay in the cave mansion and focus on cultivation. Sir even gifted her a precious pill. She could tell that Sir was a good man and cared for her a lot. Therefore, she did her best to cultivate and never slacked off, because Sir had said that he might need her help in the future. She wanted to improve her cultivation as much as possible to repay Sir's kindness. But now, Sir, where are you? Xianxia, she cried in her heart as she staggered around in the mine tunnels. She was using her familiarity with the mine to escape from her pursuer. At the most dangerous juncture of her life, there was only one person in her mind. She was hoping that he would descend before her like a god and shelter her from the oncoming storm, providing her with absolute safety. But she knew that it was impossible. The mine was so hidden that no one would be able to discover it. You are so dead. Escape. Just try to escape. Once I catch you, you will taste a world of torture. A devil-like roar came from behind. Xianxia's tender body fiercely trembled. Her heart was gripped with panic. She found her feet a little harder to move, as if they were cast from lead. Her shoes had already been lost during the escape. She just kept running through the cold and wet mine, even when her feet started bleeding from the sharp rocks. Her feet had already gone numb to the pain. Xianxia, she mechanically moved her feet toward a nearby tunnel. When she tumbled and got up again, her eyes suddenly blurred. She almost passed out. She immediately bit the tip of her tongue, and the sharp pain jolted Xianxia's mind awake. After instantly determining her bearing, she grit her teeth as she rushed toward a direction. All the miners dared not go deeper in that direction. Several miners had once run in that direction, but they never came back. Since then, no one dared to step there. Unfortunately, that dead zone had become her only hope of escape. Xianxia's rapid breathing could be heard loud and clear in the silent mine tunnel. She could even hear her pounding heart. Her heart was pounding like a drum, as if it would break out of her body. After escaping for a long time, Xianxia's figure suddenly came to a stop as she stared forward in a daze. A sliver of despair could be found on her face. To her dismay, she had come to a dead end. There was no way ahead, and at this time, sounds of footsteps also came from behind. Every step sounded like the whispers of the god of death. Xianxia, she turned pale, and her pretty eyes seemed to have been blocked by darkness. They were full of despair. She was unable to see even a ray of light. Under Zhang Ruoxi's horrified gaze, the figure of the Jiang family's man in white slowly emerged from the darkness. But at this moment, the face of this first-order origin king looked a little hideous. Anyone in his place would not be in a good mood after someone had evaded him this long and almost been able to escape from him despite the great disparity in their strength. When he saw the dead end ahead, the man in white let out a weird laugh. He suddenly became happy and wasn't as anxious as before. Instead, he approached Zhang Ruoxi in neither a slow nor fast manner, step by step, and spoke, "Cheap slut, go on. Run. Let me see where you can run off to now." Zhang Ruoxi's figure was pressing dead against the cave wall, her eyes filled with terror. Watching the man in white's figure approaching bit by bit, she was constantly trembling and shaking her head. Not only had her delicate appearance failed to receive any pity from him, it had also stimulated the unknown dark side of the man in white. He suddenly looked excited and couldn't help but lick his lips as if a delicacy was served before him. The man in white's sharp gaze traveled along Zhang Ruoxi's petite yet growing figure. His eyes flickered with an obscene gleam as he let out an even creepier and perverted laugh. Don't come closer." Zhang Ruoxi vigorously shook her head as she curled into a ball and begged bitterly. But the man in white remained unmoved. He quickly closed in the short distance of some 100 meters. And when he arrived before her, the man in white reached out and grabbed toward Zhang Ruoxi. Right at this moment, the weak and pleading look in Zhang Ruoxi's eyes disappeared in a flash, replaced with determination and courage instead. Saint Qi fluctuations spread from her body as she poured her energy into a dagger-like weapon she had taken out at some unknown point. She then lifted her hand and plunged it straight toward the man in white's chest. If their strength had been on the same level, Zhang Ruoxi's attack might have had more than 50% chance of succeeding. But the gap in their cultivation was simply too big. Even if Zhang Ruoxi's timing was completely perfect, the moment Saint Qi fluctuations emerged from her body, the man in white had promptly activated his domain. And the might of domain wasn't something a second-order Saint King girl could resist. So, that dagger was completely imprisoned by an invisible force after reaching 3 centimeters away from the man in white's chest. No matter how much Zhang Ruoxi pushed, she couldn't push it even a centimeter forward. Zhang Ruoxi was really desperate right now. She raised her head and looked at the approaching face. At this moment, the face that should have been handsome had a devil-like hideous and mocking look on it. Immediately, the man in white grabbed Zhang Ruoxi by her hair and slammed her head against the cave wall. Bam! Zhang Ruoxi felt her brain completely shaken up. Her head was in a tremendous amount of pain. Stars were circling around her eyes. "Cheap slut, you really have guts. To think you actually dare to attack me?" The man in white hideously smiled. "Very well. I was originally planning to give you quick death, but now, don't blame this king for being ruthless." While speaking, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Ruoxi by her neck. He directly lifted her up in the air and slowly started squeezing. Zhang Ruoxi groaned and gasped for breath as she wildly thrashed her feet, struggling hard. But she couldn't get free from the man in white's grip no matter what she did. Slowly, her breathing became difficult. Her long eyelashes quickly blinked as her vision slowly started to fade. Through her fading vision, Zhang Ruoxi saw a figure rushing toward her from a distance. With the help of the dim light in the mind tunnel, she identified it as Sir Yang that she had been thinking about all the while. Sir looks anxious, but why are his facial features distorted? He looks extremely terrifying, as if he is extremely angry. Great-grandma once said that a person would sometimes hallucinate before they die. It seems this is my own hallucination. Thinking like this, her body quickly lost strength as Zhang Ruoxi slowly closed her eyes. But right then, a dazzling golden beam suddenly shot over from the distance, instantly dispelling the darkness in the mine. The next moment, the big hand squeezing her neck suddenly loosened with a muffled groan, and Zhang Ruoxi immediately fell toward the ground. And before her feet even touched the ground, Zhang Ruoxi clenched the dagger hard and actually fiercely thrust it forward. Even she had no idea where she got the strength to do it. To her surprise, The dagger in her hand actually went into the man in white's chest very smoothly. After she pulled the dagger out, blood immediately splashed all over her face. The warmth and the stickiness of the blood immediately made her hair stand on end. She was stupefied for a moment but suppressed the fear in her heart and raised the dagger again before stabbing it into the man in white. Again and again. Squish, squish, squish. Every time. She pushed the dagger all the way to the hilt, and the blood splashing from the wounds soon turned into a bloody figure. Xianxia only regained her wits when the man in white fell back on the ground with bulging eyes and a look of disbelief on his face. She kept staring at his corpse in a daze. She didn't recover from the shock for a long time. What she couldn't figure out was how she could stab someone so strong to death. Ruoxi? An echoing shout came from not too far away. Zhang Ruoxi's figure immediately shook. She looked up and found Yang Kai standing 10 meters away from her, quietly staring at her with a guilty look on his face. "Sir?" Zhang Ruoxi involuntarily cried in a tender voice. She could hardly believe her eyes. Fearing that the figure in front of her was an illusion, she hurriedly rubbed her eyes. However, she forgot the fact that her hands were dyed in blood. When she rubbed her eyes, her entire vision turned red as blood, which was extremely horrifying. Only at this moment did she seem to finally regain her wits. She looked down at her bloody hands and threw the dagger away. Her tender body started violently shuddering, her emotions in turmoil. Seeing this, Yang Kai arrived before Zhang Ruoxi and grabbed her by her wrist and asked in a low voice, "Ruoxi, are you all right?" Zhang Ruoxi slowly raised her head. Her pretty eyes that used to be pure and clear were covered in blood at this moment. After confirming that the person standing before her was indeed Yang Kai and not a hallucination before death, tears kept pouring out of her eyes, falling down on the ground like the pearls from a broken necklace. All her grievances immediately broke out. Her shoulders shook as she choked up on her own voice. "Ms. Roshi killed someone, sir, save me." Yang Kai quietly gazed at her, slightly furrowing his brow. He could naturally tell that Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have suffered a huge shock at this moment. And this shock didn't come from being chased by the man in white, and neither was it because of escaping from the clutches of death, but rather because someone had died in her hands. Even if that person wasn't anyone decent, and even wanted to take her life, Zhang Ruoxi still couldn't bear it when she stabbed this man to death. After giving it a bit of thought, everything became clear to Yang Kai. Zhang Ruoxi was just a 16, 17-year-old girl. She was just a budding teenager, and had been spoiled by the Zhang family since childhood. Even though she cultivated, she had never fought a real life and death battle, much less killed anyone with her own hands. To a young girl like her, everyone's life was extremely precious. And today a life was lost under her dagger. Naturally, she couldn't take it in a short time. Yang Kai recalled the first time he killed someone. He felt extremely uncomfortable that time. That restlessness and panic lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared, and when he killed more people over the years, he didn't feel anything at all. But Zhang Ruoxi was different. This man in white should be the first person she killed. Considering all this, Yang Kai heaved a sigh before hugging Zhang Ruoxi. He lightly patted her back and comforted, "You didn't kill that guy. He died by my hands. He had already stopped breathing by the time you stabbed him." Zhang Ruoxi's trembling body finally calmed down a little after hearing this. She raised her head and timidly asked, "Really? Really, look." As Yang Kai spoke, he stretched out his hand as a golden blood thread shot out of the corpse on the ground and circled around his fingertip. "This is what killed him." "I didn't kill him?" Zhang Ruoxi blankly stared at the golden blood thread. The panic in her beautiful eyes finally dissipated. She looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. "You didn't kill him. Take a good rest now, and by the time you wake up, everything will be over." While gently comforting her, Yang Kai pushed his source qi into Zhang Ruoxi's body, calming her chaotic saint qi. Perhaps it was because she finally put down the burden in her heart, or maybe because she was just too tired. Zhang Ruoxi really fell asleep in Yang Kai's arms. She closed her pretty eyes as a gentle snoring sound came from her nose. After seeing that she was really asleep, Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief and carried her up like a princess. Swish! Suddenly, the sound of something or someone traveling at high speed came from nearby. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he released his divine sense to check. After discovering that it was Mo Xiaoqi, he calmly stood in his place. After a short while, Mo Xiaoqi appeared not too far away from Xianxia, while the heaven-escaping bat let out squeaks as it rested on Mo Xiaoqi's shoulder. Mo Xiaoqi looked at Xianxia, then looked at the bloody corpse on the ground, before finally focusing her gaze on Zhang Ruoxi, who was held in Xianxia's arms, and asking, "Is this Sister Ruoxi?" Xianxia nodded. "Is she okay? I just arrived at the nick of time. Nothing happened. She was just tired and fell asleep." "That's good to hear." Mo Xiaoqi patted her well-rounded chest as she sighed in relief. But soon, she ground her teeth. "These Zhang family men are really hateful. Big Brother Yang. I've already found out what's going on here. They actually captured and forced the loose cultivators to mine for them. They are simply assholes. I have a rough idea about it too." Xianxia's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. His face turned colder as he let out a foreboding laugh. "Zhang family. You actually tried to silence the witness. You just wait." Zhang Ruoxi's horrendous experience made Xianxia really angry out of shame. He was a Dao Source Realm master, but because of momentary negligence, he had failed to take care of a little girl, which in turn led to her capture, where she was forced to mine here. When he had gone to the Zhang family to inquire about her, the upper echelons of the Zhang family lied right to his face. And if things ended just there, everything would have been fine. But the Zhang family actually tried to silence the witness. How could Xianxia tolerate this? He had already made a decision to go to the Zhang family and flip their whole estate after leaving this place. He would not even let their fowls and dogs be in peace. What about the Zhang family members guarding the entrance? Xianxia asked in a deep voice as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. "They are still over there," replied Mo Xiaoqi. "Furthermore, there aren't just two. I ran across a few more Zhang family members along the way. I knocked them all out. As for the people caught by them, they have already been sent out through the space array." Xianxia nodded lightly. After they escaped, the Zhang family would not be able to keep this matter under wraps. It would be just perfect for me to go to the Zhang family and raise a fuss. This way, even City Lord's mansion would not easily be able to intervene. "Then, shall we go back?" asked Mo Xiaoqi. Xianxia nodded his agreement. After properly deliberating over the matter, the two were ready to return to Maplewood City. But right then, things suddenly changed. They suddenly felt a tremor from the ground underneath their feet, causing Mo Xiaoqi and Xianxia's expression to change. At the same time, a cracking sound came not too far away from them. Xianxia furrowed his brow, gazing along in the direction of the source of the sound. Suddenly, he noticed that the wall in front was covered in red lines. These lines looked extremely complicated and mysterious. They gave the impression of some kind of a seal. The lines kept squirming, and along with their squirms, more and more bloody red was being sucked in. Only now did Xianxia notice that this red was actually the color of blood, and the source of it was the corpse of the white-robed Zhang family man lying on the ground. At this moment, the seal pattern on the wall was madly sucking the blood flowing out of the man in white. And as the blood continued to pour in, the bloody red seal pattern squirmed faster and faster. "What's this?" Xianxia's expression drastically changed as he doubtfully gazed at the front. Mo Xiaoqi's expression too grew solemn. She tightly furrowed her black brow, staring straight at that seal. She was unable to recognize what kind of seal it was for a while. But at this moment, the seal seemed as if it had swallowed enough blood. In a flash, the lines converged at the center of the wall into a hideous and terrifying human face. The face's mouth was wide open as a jet-black aura suddenly spurted out from inside the wall. Xianxia's pupil immediately constricted. His instincts were ringing warning signs. He hurriedly pulled Mo Xiaoqi, backing away with her. The pitch-black aura kept pouring out of the seal, and very soon it had flooded the mine tunnel. Xianxia could clearly feel the violent and bloody aura in that black chi. More importantly, the black chi also gave him a familiar feeling. The next moment, the black chi divided into untold wisps of black chi, continuously wandering around like a swarm of pitch-black snakes. One of the wisps of black chi drilled into the mouth and nose of the long-dead man in white lying on the ground, disappearing soon after. But the next moment, something happened that left Xianxia dumbfounded. The man in white, whose upper body was riddled with holes, suddenly opened his eyes. But at this moment, his eyes weren't black and white but showed a peculiar pitch-black color. It looked extremely terrifying. At the same time, dark lines suddenly appeared on the man in white's face, arms, and on the exposed part of his body. Demon crests? Xianxia blurted out in surprise. He was way too familiar with these lines. Back on Tongshan realm, he had saved the clansmen of the ancient demon clan. He had also once cultivated this kind of secret technique. It could brand demon crests of all kinds of shapes and sizes on its user body. When he had used the demon transformation secret technique back in the past, his own transformation was remarkably similar to the one before his eyes. Demon chi? Mo Xiao Chi also seemed to have felt it the same time Xianxia said it. Just as the two spoke, the man in white abruptly stood up. His dark eyes swept around before finally locking on to Xianxia. Immediately, it let out a fierce scream as it lunged at Xianxia with a ferocious look on his face. He didn't appear to be afraid of death. Xianxia let out a cold snort. Immediately after, while holding Zhang Ruoxi with one arm, he flicked his fingers of the other at the oncoming man in white, shooting golden blood threads at him. The sharp golden blood threads immediately pierced through the man in white. And with another wave of Xianxia's hand, they cut his body into several pieces, leaving gory pieces of flesh lying on the ground. But strangely, no blood flowed out of these pieces. However, Xianxia didn't look the slightest bit happy after having done this. On the contrary, there was a deep frown on his brow, because he sensed that after the man in white had been demonized, he had actually grown a lot stronger. He might have been able to easily deal with him. It remained true that he was much stronger than when he was alive. Chi chi chi. At this moment, the pitch-black chi flooding the mine tunnels had been completely divided into black snakes, and were now madly shooting straight at Xianxia and Mo Xiao Chi, like a cat that had smelled the fish. Damn it, let's quickly get out of here. Xianxia's expression worsened as he promptly shouted. At the same time, he stretched his hand toward the front and shouted, "Exile!" Under the influence of the space principles, a black hole about the size of a round table suddenly emerged out of thin air. There was only chaos and nihility inside the black hole. The pitch-black snakes rushed straight inside before disappearing into nothing. But many more black snakes continued to take their places. Not to mention, more pitch-black chi continued to gush out of the mouth on the wall. The space secret technique only lasted for 3 breaths before it shattered into pieces. The pitch-black, snake-like things broke through Xianxia's blockade and quickly chased after him at an astonishing speed. Xianxia didn't need to look back to know that the situation was far from good. He didn't even have the time to deal with these weird things. He pushed his source chi before wrapping it around Mo Xiao Chi and desperately rushing toward the exit. After backtracking, the two quickly arrived at the location where they were previously teleported to. The 2 pale Jiang family origin king realm cultivators, who were lying on the ground, helplessly watched Xianxia and Mo Xiao Chi step on the space array. One of them opened his mouth as if he had something to say, but he couldn't speak a single word. Heaven knows what method Mo Xiao Chi had used to keep them in their places. Big brother Yang, it's almost here. Mo Xiao Chi looked back and saw that the countless jet-black snake-like things were less than 300 meters from them. Her pretty face immediately turned pale. Xianxia, on the other hand, kept a straight face as he quickly poured his space force into the array. The next moment, the array hummed and flashed with a bright light, and when the light finally dissipated, the two had already disappeared. The jet-black snake-like things arrived at the array but only hit the air. But the 2 origin king realm cultivators of the Jiang family were wrapped in those weird things as they swept by. Immediately, extremely tragic wails came from inside the black chi. They sounded beyond tragic, as if they were suffering inhumane torture inside. After a while, The screams abruptly stopped as the two stood back up together. Although there had been no change in their appearances, their auras were completely different from before. They were exuding an extremely dark and violent aura. After having been wrapped by the black energy, demon crests appeared on their cheeks and arms in succession as their eyeballs turned pitch black. The two looked at each other before pursing their lips into hideous smiles. One of them raised his head and let out a howl toward the sky. His howl was filled with endless joy and excitement, as if he had gotten free after tens of thousands of years of imprisonment. These two were not the only cultivators who encountered this incident. Many Jiang family cultivators in the mine, who had been knocked out by Mo Xiaoqi, had also encountered the same thing. Also, there were some miners who hadn't had the time to escape. Everyone's aura completely changed in a very short time after being wrapped in the black qi. All of them seemed to have lost their original sentience. Soon, the entire mine was flooded with that pitch-black aura. A bright flash of light lit up the cave of the barren mountain as Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi appeared on the space array. Fear was clearly visible on their faces. However, the Jiang family cultivator, who was knocked out by Yang Kai and should have been lying by the array, was strangely nowhere to be found. Yang Kai couldn't help but furrow his brow after noticing this. He promptly scanned with his divine sense as a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Big brother Yang, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaoqi doubtfully looked at him. "Many people are waiting outside to welcome us." Yang Kai coldly smiled. Mo Xiaoqi furrowed her black brow and released her divine sense after hearing this. She was immediately struck with a realization. "Let's go out and take a look." Yang Kai beckoned her before flying out of the cave and hovering in the air without a trace of fear. He gazed around and found himself surrounded with very familiar faces. All of them were the members of the Jiang family he had met not too long ago. He could only guess how word got out so soon. The Jiang family had dispatched all its experts here. Just ahead, Jiang family patriarch Jiang Lin and various other high-level members of the Jiang family were coldly glaring at Yang Kai. More importantly, there was an old man in black standing before Jiang Lin, carrying his hands behind his back. Not even a little bit of aura could be felt from him. He seemed like an ordinary man, but he was surrounded by an inexplicable majesty. Some of the Jiang family cultivators kept looking at the old man. Their gazes were filled with awe and worship. Even Jiang Lin, who was standing behind the old man, appeared extremely respectful. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed. He took a careful look at the old man. He immediately knew that he must be the Tao Source Realm Master of the Jiang family, the old ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Taisheng. After all, there were only that many Tao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City. All the cultivators of Maplewood City knew about every Tao Source Realm Master living in the city. At this moment, Jiang Taisheng indifferently looked at Yang Kai, then turned his gaze at Zhang Ruoxi in Yang Kai's arm before withdrawing his gaze the next moment. As far as he was concerned, no one deserved his attention. Seeing this, Yang Kai let out playful chuckles. "Alchemist Yang." Jiang Lin suddenly stepped forward, coldly glaring at Yang Kai. His tone was awful. "This Jiang has to hand it to you, you actually found this place. I've underestimated you." Yang Kai let out a cold snort. "If you didn't want anyone to know, then don't do it in the first place." Jiang Lin's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. He looked pretty angry. He took a look at Jiang Taisheng, and seeing him having the same stoic expression, he immediately took a deep breath and shouted, "Alchemist Yang. This Jiang still thinks of you as a genius and doesn't want to ruthlessly kill you. If you sign this soul contract in front of my Jiang family members here, we might not need to take your life." While speaking, he suddenly took out an ancient beast skin parchment. As Yang Kai focused his gaze on it, he found that it was surprisingly similar to the one taken out by Kong Si ran back in the past. Not just in shape and size, even the aura it was emanating was almost exactly the same. Yang Kai immediately understood that this was the real soul contract. Came straight from the Serene Soul Palace. A soul contract was something created by one of the 10 great emperors, Serene Soul Great Emperor. It had always been manufactured by the disciples of the Serene Soul Palace. Once a cultivator brands his or her soul imprint on the soul contract, the soul contract will impose a miraculous effect on the cultivator. It would force the cultivator to fulfill the agreement on the contract. If one violated it, he or she would suffer a soul-crushing pain. It might be to the point that even their soul might be destroyed. In the past, Kang Si-ran was forced to use a soul contract to prevent Yang Kai from divulging the soul-condensing pill recipe, and it had left him in quite a bit of distress for many days. After all, this thing was extremely precious. Each one was extremely valuable. Yang Kai didn't know where the Zhang family got it from, but they had actually taken such a treasure out now. Soul contract? A shadow of a smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. Patriarch Zhang, I'll have to hand it to you for this. But this is a very precious treasure. Wouldn't it be wasteful to use it on this Yang? Jiang Lin answered, maintaining a straight face. What's a soul contract worth before Alchemist Yang? Yang Kai looked at him in a calm and composed manner and asked, but what I want to know is what's written on this soul contract. Wouldn't Alchemist Yang be clear what's written on it? Jiang Lin slightly smiled. I just hope that Alchemist Yang will become a part of my Zhang family and refine pills for my Zhang family, that's all. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Jiang Lin's face sank as he shouted in a fierce voice. Yang Kai, you wouldn't want to drink a loss after refusing a toast, would you? Today you have to sign this soul contract. You will have to agree even if you don't want to, you have no say in it. An Origin King Great Alchemist was extremely valuable to a family like the Zhang family. If the Zhang family didn't want to capture Yang Kai alive, why would the Zhang family disturb a Dao Source Realm Master like Zhang Taisheng? Furthermore, almost all of the Zhang family's elites have been mobilized just to force Yang Kai to leave his soul imprint on the soul contract. As long as Yang Kai was controlled, the Zhang family would not only gain an Origin King Great Alchemist, but they would not have to worry about him revealing the secret of the mine. Listening to Jiang Lin brag without any shame, Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a joke! This is my body, I can do whatever I want to. Your Zhang family can't stop me. Jiang Lin was immediately infuriated. Just as he was about to say something, the stoic and silent Zhang Taisheng suddenly opened his eyes, calmly looking at Yang Kai. The next moment, he raised his hand, stopping Jiang Lin's attempt to speak. Next, he calmly stated, Young man, you might be a little capable, but you have no idea how high the sky is and how deep the earth goes. Today, this old master has given you a lot of face by coming here personally. I heard that you are an Origin King Great Alchemist and can even refine source condensing pills of extraordinary quality. This old master loves geniuses, so don't force this old master's hand. Just obediently leave your soul imprint on this soul contract, and this old master will treat what happened today like it never happened. As for the little girl in your arms and the one next to you, this old master can spare them, but the premise is that they have to marry into my Zhang family as concubines. What? You want me to marry into your Zhang family as concubines? Before Yang Kai could say anything, Mo Xiaoqi, who had been standing indifferently by his side all the while as if she was watching a good show, suddenly stepped forward. She angrily glared at Zhang Taisheng and tenderly shouted, You dirty old thing! How can you speak such shameless words? Impudence! How bold! The group of Zhang family cultivators yelled at Mo Xiaoqi, one after another. They looked enraged as if Mo Xiaoqi had said something that shouldn't be said. Yang Kai chuckled as he held Zhang Ruoxi in his embrace with one arm while he put the other on his ear as if he was trying to hear something. He then tilted his head and asked Mo Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi, why am I hearing some mad dogs barking? Hearing this? Mo Xiaoqi glanced at him first before solemnly nodding her head and adding, Yeah, and their barking is really loud. Zhang Taisheng immediately narrowed his eyes after hearing this. His eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he quickly said, Very well. You two juniors are really courageous. This old master hasn't heard anyone talk to me like this in many years. You were given a path to the heavens, but you refused to take it. What's the point of putting on airs and playing cheap tricks? Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him before he could finish. Is being a Dao Source Realm Master something to be proud of? As he said this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly became blurry. Before Zhang family members could react to it, Yang Kai had mysteriously appeared not too far away from Jiang Lin. Ah? Jiang Lin was horrified. His body involuntarily retreated, but before he could do anything else, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand towards him. Jiang Lin was struck with panic. He instinctively circulated his source qi and fiercely punched forward. The energy in the void immediately gathered around as a tiger roar rang out. In the next moment, an enormous tiger phantom emerged out of nowhere, opening its bloody mouth and biting toward the front. However, this attack only struck the air. Yang Kai, who should have been in the front, had already disappeared from where he stood. A surprised Jiang Lin looked around before he finally realized that Yang Kai had already returned to his previous position as if he had never moved. In a flash, drops of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Lin's forehead. The other members of the Jiang family had also turned pale. Shao Qi, check if this is real or not. Yang Kai handed something to Mo Shao Qi, who took it and started carefully inspecting it. Ah? My soul contract. Only now did Jiang Lin finally realize that the soul contract in his hand had been snatched by Yang Kai at some point. He stared at his empty hands in amazement. He then looked up ahead not far away from him, and his heart immediately hit rock bottom. Dao Source Realm? Jiang Taisheng's pupils immediately shrank as he shouted. Yang Kai hadn't used any energy, and Jiang Taisheng hadn't bothered to investigate Yang Kai's exact strength. He thought that Yang Kai was just in the Origin King realm, but when Yang Kai just made a move, Jiang Taisheng finally realized. After discovering this, Jiang Taisheng's face couldn't help but turn ugly. After all, he was just a first-order Dao Source Realm master. If Yang Kai's cultivation was equal to his, he would not have any advantage at all. This was completely different from what he had thought. He thought that he would be going to easily capture two juniors, and he had never placed any importance on Yang Kai and Mo Shao Qi. Only now did he finally realize that he couldn't be farther from the truth. As another first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, Yang Kai had every right to talk with him on equal terms. Furthermore, judging by Yang Kai's speed, if he wanted to kill the other members of the Jiang family, he could have done it with ease. Yeah, this is indeed the soul contract from the Serene Soul Place, Big Brother Yang. This is a treasure that you should keep it safe. It might come in handy in the future. Mo Shao Qi returned the soul contract to Yang Kai after having checked it. Yang Kai took it back and stuffed it into his space ring, maintaining a straight face. This old master was disrespectful. So your excellency is also a Dao Source Realm cultivator. No wonder you have so much confidence. Jiang Taisheng no longer looked as at ease as he was before. Rather, he had a slightly serious look on his face and the corner of his lips were twitching. Yang Kai immediately sneered and rebuked. Wow, you're changing your tune pretty fast. How shameless. Mo Shao Qi also spat in disgust. Jiang Taisheng's previous and current behavior was completely different. It really made Mo Shao Qi look down on him. Jiang Taisheng let out a cold snort and stated, But your excellency, even if you are a Dao Source Realm master, you will have to give this old master an explanation for today. Otherwise your excellency can forget leaving this place unscathed. Explanation? Yang Kai's face and voice turned colder as he rebuked. It should be your Jiang family that should give me an explanation, not the other way around. This Yang's friend was caught by your Jiang family to mine here for no reason, and was tortured as well. This Yang even went to your Jiang family to inquire about her. If your Jiang family had just tried to keep it under wraps, it would have been all right, but you actually tried to silence her. If I had not arrived on time, my friend would not have survived. And you still want an explanation? This? Jiang Taisheng was rendered speechless after hearing this. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. He didn't know how to respond to this for a while. Alchemist Yang. As the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Lin couldn't stand back. He cupped his fist and tried to justify himself. Alchemist Yang, please calm down. It was just a misunderstanding. He was already pressured to this extent by Yang Kai alone. How could he dare to belittle Yang Kai anymore? He didn't dare to talk disrespectfully as he had before. Rather, he wryly spoke, bearing smiles. It's really a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yang Kai glared at him as a smile appeared on his lips. He might look like he was smiling, but his smile carried no smiling intention. On the contrary, it gave everyone the chills. You captured my friend, and now you say that it was just a misunderstanding? Patriarch Jiang. Do you think I am a 3-year-old kid? Jiang Lin looked troubled as he quickly justified himself. Alchemist Yang. We had no idea that this little girl was your friend. If we had known this, we would have treated her as our most revered guest. We would have never taken her to the mine. But she could be considered to be safe now. Can't we let the matter rest in light of this? That soul contract can be regarded as my Jiang family's apology. Besides this, my Jiang family will send another gift to Alchemist Yang's mansion after a few days. Ha! If you can't do it the hard way, you want to buy me? Yang Kai sneered. Can you stoop any lower? Jiang Lin's face turned stiff. He was extremely infuriated, but he didn't dare to truly show his anger because of the gap in their cultivation. Jiang Taisheng, on the other hand, blew his top. He immediately lashed out in anger. Junior, my Jiang family has already given you enough face. Don't go too far in bullying others. What if I'm going too far? Come and bite me then. Yang Kai disdainfully looked at him. I'll admit, you are really irritating me. Jiang Taisheng felt the blood in his chest in turmoil. He almost coughed a mouthful of blood in anger. He viciously looked at Yang Kai and shouted, Kid, even if you are First Order Dao Source Realm, this old master would like to learn a bit from you. If you want to fight, just say so. Why do you need to beautify it? Yang Kai lashed out in anger as the source chi in his body started madly moving. This old master advanced to the Dao Source Realm more than a century ago. Why would this old master be placed in the same category as an ignorant little brat like you? Jiang Tiansheng self-complacently shouted. Old thing, isn't your aptitude horrendous? You haven't been able to break through after a century. Yang Kai was filled with disdain. Jiang Taisheng blew his top. The source chi in his body also started rising. He didn't want to reason with Yang Kai anymore, lest he was angered to death. In the next moment, he tapped the ground just a bit before he suddenly disappeared from his place as a soft puff rang from where he stood just before. Obviously, the air exploded because of his extremely fast speed. The next moment, he suddenly appeared before Yang Kai out of thin air and shouted with a dark and gloomy look on his face. This old master will let you experience the strength of a master who has been in the Dao Source Realm for over a century. As he spoke, he pushed his palm toward Yang Kai in a very light and easy manner. The palm was surrounded by principles. Jiang Taisheng hadn't even finished his move, yet Yang Kai was already surrounded by a violent storm. Mo Xiaoqi, who was standing not far from Yang Kai, turned pale. Her chest heaved up and down. She was having trouble breathing. Although Mo Xiaoqi's origins were mysterious and extraordinary, and she was pretty strong, at the end of the day, she hadn't reached the Dao Source Realm. She was having a difficult time bearing the pressure of Jiang Taisheng's principles. However, she had also seen the world. She wasn't someone whose hands and feet could be tied by simple principles. She let out a tender cry as she pushed the energy in her body, forcefully breaking free from the oppression of the principles and escaping into the distance with a flicker of her body. And right at this moment, an enormous and transparent palm of energy suddenly appeared before Jiang Taisheng's palm, pushing toward Yang Kai with an unstoppable momentum. An intense gale blew on Yang Kai's face, causing his clothes to continuously flap and Zhang Ruoxi's hair, who was in his arm, to dance in the air. You dare to show paltry tricks before me? Yang Kai let out a cold snort. Before his opponent's principles could press down on him, he similarly mobilized the space principles, forming a strong invisible shield around his body and blocking the suppression of the opposite party's principles. Then, he raised his hand as a similar enormous palm of energy formed before him, greeting Jiang Taisheng's palm. The two enormous palms of energy crashed into each other after a breath. A deafening explosion echoed as the world energy suddenly became chaotic and the fragments of principles flew in every direction. A faint mocking smile hung on Yang Kai's face, whereas Jiang Taisheng's pupils constricted and a look of horror appeared on his old face as he mumbled to himself, "How is this possible? Just as his voice fell, his energy palm fell apart all of a sudden, while Yang Kai's palm kept pressing on, with no reduction in its momentum. Jiang Taisheng's expression drastically changed. He knew that this could only be possible if the opposite party's source qi was purer and more vigorous than his. After all, this move was formed by directly mobilizing the source qi in one's body. It was a pure confrontation of quality and quantity of the source qi. Judging by Yang Kai's young age and thinking that Yang Kai had advanced to the Tao source realm not too long ago, he thought that Yang Kai's realm could not be as stable as his own. Yang Kai could never be his opponent, a veteran master who had been in Tao source realm for over a century. However, he found that he was wrong after this confrontation. Seeing the oncoming giant palm, how could Jiang Taisheng dare to stand still in his position? He hurriedly twisted his body and dodged, escaping several dozen meters away. There was an unsightly look on his face as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't take this opportunity to chase after him. Rather, he stood in place, looking at Jiang Taisheng with mockery. That mocking sneer pierced straight into Jiang Taisheng's heart like a sharp knife, making him feel uncomfortable. "Damn it!" Jiang Taisheng shouted. Having shown such unsightly performance under the gazes of so many members of the Jiang family, his old face couldn't take it. He grit his teeth and stretched his hand out, grasping in the void. Suddenly, a broadsword with a tiger head on the hilt suddenly appeared in his hand. Impressively, that broadsword was a Tao source-grade artifact. Its blade was thick and had many complicated patterns engraved on it. The tiger head on the hilt was extremely vivid and lifelike. It appeared extraordinary. Obviously, since he couldn't beat Yang Kai in source qi, his next hope was to rely on the artifact. This artifact was the founding treasure of the Jiang family, a Tao source-grade artifact that only he could use, and has always been by his side. The next moment, he madly poured the source qi into the broadsword. He stared at Yang Kai with a hideous look on his face like he wanted to kill Yang Kai as soon as possible. With an earth-shattering roar, a phantom of a tiger suddenly flew out of the sword. And as Jiang Taisheng kept pouring his source qi, the phantom of the tiger grew more and more tangible. After a moment, it looked like a real monster beast. Surprisingly, it was exuding the aura of an 11th order monster beast. The giant tiger was 5 to 6 meters tall. It raised its head and roared at the sky. It was exuding an extraordinary momentum. Right then, Jiang Taisheng raised the artifact in his hand high and fiercely swung it down as he shouted, "Go!" The giant tiger immediately pounced straight at Yang Kai as swiftly and fiercely as a bolt of lightning. Its scarlet pupils were staring straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai let out a cold snort at the sight of this. Surprisingly, he didn't avoid or even think of taking out his artifact. He charged straight at the oncoming giant tiger head-on. Overconfident. At the sight of this, Jiang Taisheng fiercely shouted as he closely followed behind the giant tiger with the broadsword. His body, wrapped in saber aura, left a dazzling streak of light. After a moment, the giant tiger arrived before Yang Kai and bit at him. Even its fangs and teeth were distinctly visible. Yang Kai tightened his hold on Zhang Ruoxi while he punched with his free hand. His hand left turned blurry as it left untold afterimages, raining punches on the giant tiger. Bang, bang, bang. A strong and rhythmic sound rang as the giant tiger whimpered and wailed like a living creature before its figure distorted. In just 3 breaths, its figure collapsed all of a sudden. The faces of the Jiang family members, who were paying close attention to this battle of Tao Source Realm Masters, suddenly turned gloomy. But the next moment, Jiang Taisheng, who was surrounded by saber aura, arrived before Yang Kai. Suddenly, the saber aura around Jiang Taisheng grew bigger as it transformed into a 20 meters long blade, slashing down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately avoided this terrifying blow with a twist of his body. The saber of light left a 5-meter or so deep gully on the ground as sand and pieces of rock flew into the air. Before Jiang Taisheng could make any other move, Yang Kai fiercely punched straight at the saber of light. Immediately, a crisp clang and muffled grunt followed as Jiang Taisheng's figure appeared several tens of meters away. However, Jiang Taishang's facial features were extremely distorted at this moment, and he was holding the broadsword horizontally before him. What's more, a vague depression had appeared on the broadsword. Judging by its shape, it appeared as if it was left by a punch. Your physique! Jiang Taishang looked at Yang Kai with a look of incredulity. His eyeballs were violently shaking in horror. To his surprise, the opposite party had left his Dao source-grade artifact in such a shape with just a punch. The spirituality appeared to have been a little damaged. What a terrifying physical body! Is this guy even human? Taking advantage of his momentary loss of wits, Yang Kai fiercely flicked his 5 fingers at him, raining jet-black moon blades at him, one after another. Jiang Taisheng's face turned pale as he shouted in horror, "Space Force?" After seeing the jet-black moon blades formed from pure Space Force shooting over, how could he dare to remain still? He hurriedly escaped using every means possible. But those moon blades followed closely behind him like maggots on rotting bones. Furthermore, they were so fast that he felt a little tired and exhausted from running. Ha ha ha, Jiang family old dog. Where are you running? You think you can escape? Today, I won't rest until I have flipped your entire Jiang family. Yang Kai broke into laughter and shouted. He looked extremely at ease. At the sight of this, the faces of the Jiang family members on the sidelines started to change. The old ancestor, whom they had been relying on, was fleeing like a stray dog after just 2 bouts with Yang Kai. Worse yet, their old ancestor was left with no room to retaliate. They immediately realized that they were in really big trouble this time. Patriarch, an elder of the Jiang family, quickly said, "We have to attack as well and help old ancestor." Yes. The others also agreed. The old ancestor doesn't seem to be this guy's opponent. Zhang Lin's face sank. He scanned the battlefield before suddenly focusing his gaze on the other side. He then proposed in a cold voice, "Rather than risking our lives to help old ancestor, it's better to deal with her." Everyone was stunned. They immediately followed Zhang Lin's gaze and saw an idly standing Mo Xiaoqi. She was leisurely watching the battle as if she wasn't worried about Yang Kai's safety at all. Yes, Yang Kai came with that girl, so they must have a close relationship. As long as we catch her, we will have him in our grasp. Jiang Chu, his eyes lit up. His gaze traveled along Mo Xiaoqi's beautiful figure. However, when his gaze fell on the crescent-shaped birthmark on Mo Xiaoqi's face, he couldn't help but let out a sigh filled with emotions. The gazes of Jiang family members gathered together as they suddenly rushed toward Mo Xiaoqi. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Origin King Realm Masters had surrounded Mo Xiaoqi, leaving no room for escape. "What do you want?" Mo Xiaoqi furrowed her brow and looked around unhappily. "He he he." Jiang Chu, he let out a sinister laughter. "Girl, do you really have no idea what we want to do? Be wise and obediently cooperate. Don't force us to make a move, or you might get injured." Mo Xiaoqi, hearing this, was suddenly stunned. She contemptuously looked at the Jiang family members and asked, "Do you want to bully with numbers?" Zhang Lin's old face was filled with embarrassment. He lightly coughed. "We have no other choice. Don't blame us, little girl. Patriarch, is there a point in talking with her? Let's just attack. If she dares to resist, she should not blame us." A Jiang family elder fiercely shouted, "You guys are too shameless. I am just a little girl." Mo Xiaoqi tenderly shouted as a resentful look appeared on her face. "There are no girls or women on the battlefield. If you want to blame someone, blame Yang Kai." Jiang Chu, he seemed to have a lot of resentments toward Yang Kai. So much so that his distorted thoughts had been transferred to Mo Xiaoqi, thereby leading to showing no trace of politeness to Mo Xiaoqi. "Do you really want to make a move on me?" Mo Xiaoqi looked furious. She looked at Jiang Chu, he, nibbling her lips. "Ha! You think that this young master is joking with you?" Jiang Chu, he coldly laughed. Right then, he flipped his wrist as an Origin King grade long sword appeared in his hand. The sword shook as he thrust it toward Mo Xiaoqi. In an instant, as the sword swished through the air, sword chi shot out from the tip of the sword straight at Mo Xiaoqi, almost covering the entirety of her. A playful expression appeared on Xiaoqi's pretty face. Surprisingly, she stood in her place with no intention of dodging. Instead, she glared at Jiang Chu as she summoned something in neither a hurried nor slow manner and poured her source qi into it. With a puff sound, the summoned artifact suddenly grew in size and directly enveloped Xiaoqi inside, leaving not even the slightest gap. This artifact was spherical in shape and was pale blue in color. Its surface was shimmering like a water screen and was as transparent as a cicada's wings. From the outside, Xiaoqi seemed to be inside a water ball. This artifact was none other than the weak water bead that Xiaoqi had once used on the clear jade mountain. Just the fact that the weak water body could even imprison a Luanfeng youngling was proof of its strength, and at this moment, Xiaoqi was using it dynamically. The weak water bead that was used to imprison had turned into a defensive artifact in her hand. Obviously, it was quite effective as well. Zhang Lin's pupils shrank the moment this artifact appeared. He fiercely shouted, "A Dao source-grade artifact!" The moment he said this, the gazes of the Zhang family elders and deacons turned hot. Clang! The tip of Jiang Chu's long sword struck the water screen, but to everyone's surprise, this attack did not have the slightest effect. The water screen sunk bit by bit, giving the impression that the sword would pierce through any moment. But the next moment it instantly bounced the sword back. But that was not all. Even Jiang Chu suffered from the recoil. The leader of the Zhang family's next generation was caught off guard. To his and everyone's surprise, he was completely unable to resolve it, and an involuntary cry of surprise escaped his mouth as he backed away a few steps. His face had gone a little pale before a look of shock appeared on it. Fortunately, he hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, he would have been the one hurt instead. "I'm afraid the origins of this little girl are extraordinary. Everyone, don't hold back anymore and quickly end this." Zhang Lin exhorted everyone with a low shout. If she was an ordinary Origin King Realm Master, how would she be able to summon a Dao Source-grade artifact at a moment's notice? Furthermore, it was a defensive artifact. It should be brought to notice that of so many Origin King Realm Masters of the Zhang family, none of them had a Dao Source-grade artifact. Only those with an extraordinary background and prospective futures could get 1 or 2 Dao Source-grade artifacts as a gift from their elders. Before Jiang Chu had made a move, Zhang Lin was still conscious about his status. He didn't want to attack together, lest others say that he was bullying weak cultivators. But seeing that things weren't looking good, how could he hesitate anymore? Having said this, he formed hand seals with one hand and pointed the other forward. Immediately, a streak of light shot out from the tip of his finger with a soft swish, striking the water screen of the weak water bred in the blink of an eye. At the same time, other elder and deacons of the Zhang family also attacked, one after another. In a flash, all kinds of martial skill and artifacts emerged, striking toward Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, all the attacks failed and were bounced back. The weak water bead enveloping Xiaoqi continuously deformed, resolving those attacks one by one, and surprisingly bouncing them back. The crowd of Zhang family Origin King Realm cultivators immediately turned pale as they hurriedly dodged left and right. Xiaoqi's pretty face, who was hiding inside the water screen of the weak water bead, turned cold in anger as she tenderly shouted, "So you like to bully others with numbers? Huh? How shameless! I will take you all on." Sister Xiaoqi looked like a kid who had been bullied. As soon as she said this, she reached out and patted the small bags hanging around her waist. No one had any idea about what was inside these bulging bags. Even when the Zhang family members had noticed them before, they had not cared about it. But at this moment, everyone's eyes almost popped out in shock at the sight of what was happening. Followed by Xiaoqi's actions, monster beasts of all shapes and sizes jumped out of the bags like gods descending from the heavens. The first one to appear was a roughly 7-meter-long, aloof silver-maned liger. As soon as it appeared, it majestically roared at the sky before baring its fangs at the Zhang family members. The horrified Zhang family members immediately backed away. At a glance, the sovereignty of a peak 10th-order monster beast was evident to everyone. After that, a heaven-escaping bat appeared, followed by a fire qilin. Very soon, another several tens of meters long figure with 2 horns on its forehead appeared. It was a giant, pitch-black flood dragon that somewhat resembled a real dragon. The giant flood dragon coiled around Mo Xiaoqi with its head and chest raised straight. It then opened its mouth and hissed its red tongue. The color of this black flood dragon's pupils happened to be light blue. It was extremely weird. Blue eyes, black scale flood dragon? Immediately, some knowledgeable Jiang family elder cried in panic. Dang 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 dang. The crowd of Jiang family cultivators immediately backed away. Everyone looked at each other in shock before staring at the incomparably powerful and rare monster beasts before their eyes with incredulity. Not to mention the small heaven-escaping bat. Even the silver-maned liger, red fire qilin, and blue eyes black scale flood dragon had appeared before them. All of these monster beasts were almost extinct. It was basically impossible for an ordinary cultivator to see them outside. The reason why these monster beasts were about to go extinct was that they all carried the bloodline of some ancient variant beast. These bloodlines were extremely difficult to inherit, and with the passage of time, these monster beasts with the ancient variant beast bloodlines became rarer and rarer with every generation. Finally, they were on the verge of extinction. And the reason why the Jiang family elder recognized the blue eyes black scale flood dragon was because he wanted to cultivate a secret technique that required the blood essence of a black flood dragon in the past. Therefore, he had inquired about them many times. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the trace of the black flood dragon even after spending over a decade searching. Finally, he had to give up on cultivating that secret technique. He had never expected that a blue eyes black scale flood dragon would suddenly appear before him after so many years. And each of these monster beasts was extremely difficult to provoke because of the bloodlines of the ancient variant beasts. More often than not, they were able to display strength beyond their realm, and if they resorted to the natural divine ability they inherited, fighting someone more than one realm stronger than them was a piece of cake for them. In other words, the true strength of these monster beasts should be taken as a level higher to judge it accurately. Moreover, the peak of 10th order? All of them are peak 10th order monster beasts? What monster beasts are these? Where did they pop out from? Who the hell is this little girl? The Jiang family cultivators cried in shock. The soles of their feet were almost cramped. Originally, they thought that Mo Xiaoqi was alone and they believed her to be an easy target because of her origin king realm cultivation. They were planning on taking her down to restrict Yangkai, but how could they have known that they would poke a hornet's nest? Jiang Lin's face had gone even paler. As the current patriarch of the Jiang family, he clearly knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have this time. Originally, he knew that Mo Xiaoqi had some background, but when he saw her summon 4 peak 10th order monster beasts with a wave of her hand, he immediately understood that Mo Xiaoqi didn't have just some background, but an extremely strong one. And it wasn't something that a small family like the Jiang family could provoke. As the patriarch, he was naturally more worried than the others. Furthermore, looking at the small bags hanging on Mo Xiaoqi's waist, he vaguely recalled something but he couldn't put his finger on it. While the Jiang family cultivators were still in shock, Mo Xiaoqi harumphed and ground her teeth in anger as she ordered, "Xiaoyin, Xiaohong, Xiaohei, teach these shameless people a good lesson. They actually dared to bully me. Xiaoyin, Xiaohong, Xiaohei." All the Jiang family members were shocked after hearing this. Beads of cold sweat immediately trickled down their foreheads. Much to their shock and dismay, 3 peak 10th order monster beasts carrying the ancient variant beast's bloodline were actually given such simple and ridiculous names. Roar, Fu, Zizi. The 3 monster beasts appeared to have understood Mo Xiaoqi's instructions and thereby responded with strange noises. The silver Menair liger roared as it leapt into the crowd of Jiang family cultivators. Its several tens of meters long humongous body showed extraordinary agility. It then lifted its front paws and made a powerful horizontal sweep. This sweep immediately gave rise to a powerful gale, almost causing heaven and earth to lose their color. How dare the Jiang family members take it head-on? They cried in shock and promptly dodged, one after another. Meanwhile, the red fire qilin opened its mouth and shot red-hot balls of fire toward them like a storm. Every fireball was the size of a plate and carried extremely heat. When these fireballs hit the ground, they caused it to melt. The Jiang family members were struck with terror at the sight of this. They immediately backed away into the distance, extremely afraid of letting the flames make the slightest bit of contact with their bodies. Next, the Blue Eyes Black Scale Flood Dragon also attacked. A pitch-black aura spread over the surface of its body before it transformed into a mass of black clouds and shot straight toward the battlefield, covering 3 Jiang family origin king realm cultivators in it. The next moment, sounds of fighting and strange hisses came from inside the black cloud. Mo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, calmly stood inside the water screen of the weak water bead, holding the little bat in her arms and slowly caressing its hair. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, she murmured to herself, "It seems we don't have the upper hand. Should I summon Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang, Xiao Qing, Xiao Lu, and the others?" Jiang family cultivators. Though the 3-peak 10th order monster beasts were extraordinary, the number of Jiang family origin king realm masters was also great. Many of them were 3rd order origin kings, so the two sides were evenly matched. After hearing Mo Xiaoqi's remark, Jiang family cultivators' hearts skipped a beat. They couldn't help but look at each other, and some even had their eyes tear up. Just 3 monster beasts had tied their hands and feet. If Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang, Xiao Qing, Xiao Lu, or whatever made an appearance too, the Jiang family would have no power to fight back. Right then, Zhang Lin seemed to have suddenly remembered something. While dodging the red fire Qilin's attack, he looked at the small cloth bags hanging by Mo Xiaoqi's waist in amazement and cried in shock, "Spirit Beast Pouch! You are from the Spirit Beast Island?" Only now did he finally remember the origin of those small cloth bags. One should not underestimate these small bags even a little. They were unique products of the Spirit Beast Island. Only the masters of the Spirit Beast Island could create this equipment that could house monster beasts through a secret method. Furthermore, these Spirit Beast pouches were never sold to outsiders, so others couldn't get even one of them. On the other hand, Mo Xiao had a lot of them hanging on her waist. If she had nothing to do with the Spirit Beast Island, how could she have that many Spirit Beast pouches? And the Spirit Beast Island was famous in the entire star boundary. It might not be as huge as the Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace, or have many disciples, but it too was one of the great forces to be reckoned with. How could it not be? The Spirit Beast Island's owner, Island Master to be precise, was one of the 10 great emperors who were hidden dragons that showed only their tails and not their face, the Martial Beast Great Emperor. Rumor had it that there were many monster beasts on the Spirit Beast Island that were rarely found in the outside world. Even ancient divine spirits had settled there, along with countless birds and beasts. That meant, even though the Spirit Beast Island was just an island and the Martial Beast Great Emperor didn't publicly recruit disciples, Spirit Beast Island's deterrence in the star boundary wasn't in any way inferior to the Star Soul Palace, which also had one of the 10 great emperors presiding. However, the Spirit Beast Island was located in the boundless sea of the distant Eastern Territory. It was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory, which was why Zhang Lin didn't connect Mo Xiaoqi to Spirit Beast Island at first. But as the Patriarch, after seeing so many mystical means shown by Mo Xiaoqi, how could he not guess correctly? "Miss, how are you related to the Martial Beast Great Emperor?" Zhang Lin, making some breathing room while in the midst of heated combat, asked when he didn't get a reply from Mo Xiaoqi. After all, as far as he knew, the Spirit Beast Island didn't take disciples. Everyone leaving on the Spirit Beast Island had some relation one way or another with the Martial Beast Great Emperor. If Mo Xiaoqi really came from the Spirit Beast Island, she must be related to Martial Beast Great Emperor or one of his few disciples. How could the Jiang family provoke someone like that? They could only serve her like she was their aunt. Mo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, just stood inside the water screen of the weak water bead, hugging Xiaofu with one hand and caressing it with the other. Hearing this, she just raised her eyes, looking at the sky with indifference. Meanwhile, the Jiang family members turned pale after hearing this, a chill running down everyone's spine. How could they have any thoughts of dealing with the attacks of those monster beasts? The balance was immediately broken because of this. First, one of the Jiang family elders, was hit by the red fire Qilins fireball in his momentary loss of his senses. He let out a miserable scream before he melted into nothing the next moment. Then, a Jiang family deacon was flattened into nothing by a smack of silver-maned liger. The ground was immediately dyed red. It was too ghastly to even look at. And the next moment, another figure flew out of the dark clouds that the black eyes black scale flood dragon had transformed into. Before the figure even touched the ground, it was already devoid of any aura. And when it crashed on the ground, its head lifelessly tilted to one side as it lay there on the ground forever. In the blink of an eye, 3 Jiang family origin kings had lost their lives. Seeing this, Zhang Lin's eyes turned red. He immediately cast away all the fear and worry in his heart and angrily shouted, "Girl, no matter what your relationship with the martial beast great emperor is, since we have already fallen out, then it's either you die or we die." Once he said this, the rest of the Jiang family members were shocked. Everyone knew that they were left with no choice but to do this out of desperation. Not to mention that a bloody feud had already been forged. A background like that of Mo Shaoqi wasn't something they could provoke. If they couldn't kill Mo Shaoqi right here, the Jiang family could forget about making a foothold in the entire star boundary after today. Mo Shaoqi didn't even need to personally make a move. She just had to let the word get out. And from then on, countless masters would fight to bring the Jiang family members' heads to her. After all, there weren't that many opportunities to curry favor with the Spirit Beast Island. After stabilizing their mood, the Jiang family members regrouped and retreated, having lost the momentum. But at this point, the battle of the Dao Source Realm Master seemed to have reached an end. Followed by a painful scream, Jiang Taishang and Yang Kai separated from each other in the air. Yang Kai looked completely at ease, whereas Jiang Taishang's face had lost all its blood. A sliver of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth as if he had suffered a serious injury. He was a century-old Dao Source Realm Master, but after fighting Yang Kai for just the time it takes to finish half a cup of tea, he had already fallen leeward. He stared at Yang Kai with extreme hatred and incredulity. It never occurred to him that he wouldn't be an opponent of Yang Kai. And when he looked back, Jiang Taishang's face immediately sank. How could he not tell that his descendants were in trouble and he couldn't count on them? "I'm afraid the Jiang family's hundreds of years of foundation will be ruined today." As this thought flashed in his head, Jiang Taishang's face immediately turned ashen. He angrily glared at Yang Kai and fiercely shouted, "Junior, even if this old master dies today, I will take you down with me." Having said this, he immediately pushed the source qi in his body as his pale old face regained its complexion. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and spewed a mouthful of blood essence. Yang Kai's face immediately sank. He realized that the opposite party was really planning on putting his life on the line. Although he was confident that he could kill Jiang Taishan, his opponent was still a Dao Source Realm Master. If he really decided to put his life on the line, he really could not be underestimated. Not to mention, his one arm was preoccupied with holding Zhang Ruoxi. So, Yang Kai promptly took a defensive stance, lest the old guy really used to some technique that could very well kill him. But the next moment, a blood mist enveloped Jiang Taishang. Not even a bit of his figure could be seen. Immediately afterwards, the bloody mist flickered as it disappeared from its place. It transformed into a rainbow streak as it quickly fled away from Yang Kai in the opposite direction. What? Yang Kai was left gawking, dumbstruck. He was even stunned for a while. He had never thought that all of it was just Jiang Taishang's bluff and bluster. All his proclamation of dragging Yang Kai with him was just a front to cover his escape. That wily old fox. Yang Kai cursed angrily. His eyes were filled with disdain. At the same time, he hurriedly prompted his space force, mobilizing the space principles, as he directed it at the distant streak of light-covered blood and shouted, "Bind!" That streaking rainbow stopped for a moment before it broke through the lock of principles the next moment, fleeing toward the distance even faster. After all, Jiang Taisheng too was a Dao Source Realm Master. How could Yang Kai's principles trap him for long? After getting rid of the space principles binding, He plunged straight toward the barren mountain cave and soon disappeared. That old thing. Yang Kai immediately understood Jiang Taisheng. It was apparent to Jiang Taisheng that he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. Besides, he had also suffered some injuries. Therefore, he didn't plan on relying on speed to escape. If he really did so, he would not be able to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit for sure. Yang Kai understood the Tao of space. He held an absolute advantage in tracking and escaping. Therefore, Jiang Taisheng put his hopes on the space array in the cave. As long as he teleported away from here, Yang Kai would not be able to catch him no matter how great his skill was. Jiang Taisheng's plan was pretty good and he even succeeded in it. After he entered the cave, his aura had disappeared the next moment. Only faint space force fluctuations were left. These fluctuations were naturally due to Jiang Taisheng using the space array. On another note, the Jiang family members were devastated at the sight of this. They tried their best in this battle of life and death. Because they wanted to help their old ancestor, 3 of them had even lost their lives. But to their dismay, their old ancestor had abandoned them at this critical juncture without a moment of hesitation. He ran away without giving so much as a warning. They didn't have much confidence in defeating Mo Shaoqi. Not to mention, there was no one to stop Yang Kai, a Tao Source Realm master. If the Jiang family members remained here, they would undoubtedly be seeking their own doom. Therefore, Jiang Lin decisively shouted, "Let's go!" Everyone hurriedly withdrew, madly fleeing toward the cave on the barren mountain. They had the same plan as Jiang Taisheng. Since they couldn't escape from Yang Kai, they could only rely on the space array. As long as they could escape from this place, they could survive this calamity. And to their surprise, Yang Kai didn't appear to have any intention of stopping them. He hovered in the air with a calm look on his face, watching them flee. However, there was a playful smile on his face, ringing warning bells in Jiang Lin's mind. However, the other Jiang family members were overjoyed. They rushed to the small cave, pushing their way in. A Jiang family elder quickly threw the source crystals into the grooves around the space array. After having arranged everything in order, he immediately mobilized his energy, trying to activate the array. However, nothing happened. The Jiang family members burned with anxiety as they waited. But the space array that should have been up and running remained still. It didn't make so much as a hum, let alone transmit everyone. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chu, he asked, pale and terrified. "The array isn't responding," that elder replied as the blood drained from his face. "How could it not respond? Let me try." Jiang Chu, he took the matter in his hand. He immediately poured his energy into the array just like that elder. But the result was still the same. The space array seemed to have stopped working. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, weirdly laughing as it made its way in, step by step. The Jiang family members immediately turned pale. They turned their heads, looking at Yang Kai, who was slowly approaching like the god of death. Goosebumps exploded all over their bodies. Everyone suddenly realized that they had made a wrong choice, causing them to be caught in a jar like a turtle. Great, great. Since everyone is stuck here, it saves me the trouble of chasing you." Yang Kai stood not too far away from the Jiang family members, looking at everyone with a shadow of a smile on his face, completely calm and composed contrary to the situation at hand. He then said, "Your old ancestor doesn't seem to be very kind." The moment he said this, Jiang Lin felt as if he was struck by an invisible hammer right in the chest. His face flushed red as he opened his mouth and spurted an arrow of blood. He immediately looked at the sky and cried out, "I hate!" Other Jiang family members' faces turned ashen as well. A complex and embarrassed look blanketed everyone's face. At this point, how could everyone not understand that the reason that the space array wasn't working was that their old ancestor had destroyed the space array on the other side? The array in the cave and the mine were connected with each other. It was only when both were intact that one could be transmitted to the other side. But as soon as Jiang Taisheng teleported to the other side, a problem occurred with the array on the other side. Obviously, he had done something. It wasn't difficult to understand why he would do this. It was because he wanted to hinder Yang Kai from pursuing him. But by doing this, he had ruined the rest of the Jiang family members' escape route. How could everyone not be devastated when their old ancestor fled for his life, ignoring the lives of his clansmen? Desperate, Jiang Lin looked at Yang Kai dispiritedly and said, "Alchemist Yang, since things have already reached this point, if you want to kill us, then do so. Do as you please." He still could be considered to have some backbone. He didn't seem to have the intention of begging for mercy. On the contrary, he was requesting to be killed. It might be that his heart was already broken by his old ancestor's conduct. He had already given up on continuing to live. He might have such thoughts, but not the rest of the Jiang family members. After hearing Jiang Ling speak, the expression of a few Jiang family elders couldn't help but momentarily change. The new generation leader of the Jiang family, Jiang Chu, he looked even more terrified. He hurriedly stepped forward and anxiously pleaded, gazing at Yang Kai with a flattering look on his face. "Alchemist Yang. This Jiang had eyes but failed to see and has offended Alchemist Yang. I ask Sir Alchemist Yang to be magnanimous and not care about someone like me. This Jiang has already seen his errors and repented. From now on, this Jiang will correct his ways. I would like to follow Alchemist Yang and serve him like a dog." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow, appearing to be a little interested. "You filthy swine." Jiang Lin, who had already suffered a mental blow, became dejected and dispirited again. After having been annoyed by Jiang Chu his mood had grown even worse. He almost fainted, but he forcefully roused his spirit and angrily lashed out, tremblingly pointing at Jiang Chu's back. "You cowardly rat! You are a disgrace to Jiang family." Jiang Chu immediately turned back and lashed back. "Old fart! Shut your trap! Even though the old ancestor has abandoned us, I don't want to seek my own doom. I, Jiang Chu am still very young and have a prospective future. I don't want to die without rhyme or reason. If you are still sensible, quickly offer yourself to Alchemist Yang. Alchemist Yang is kind and magnanimous. He might just spare your lives." "Well said." Yang Kai smiled lightly and, approvingly looking at Jiang Chu stated, "A wise man will submit to the circumstances. Not bad." Jiang Chu hurriedly turned around, and putting on a flattering look on his face, slightly bowed and responded with a flattering smile. "Alchemist Yang, you flatter me. However, I really hate people who cling to life and fear death." Yang Kai's face grew colder all of a sudden. Jiang Chu's smile immediately turned stiff. "Okay, enough with this nonsense. I hadn't planned on killing all of you, down to the last man. I just wanted to punish the culprit. But now that a blood feud has already been forged, all of you go in peace." While speaking, Yang Kai's face gradually grew colder as a killing intent swept everyone. He slowly stretched his hand out, pushing it toward the Jiang family members. The Jiang family origin kings immediately turned pale. They instinctively wanted to resist, but they suddenly realized they were completely unable to move no matter how hard they tried. The space around them seemed to have been frozen at some point. And not only that, but the energy in their meridians was also moving sluggishly. They were unable to circulate it. Principles. Everyone's face instantly turned ashen as they helplessly watched Yang Kai's palm move ever closer to closing. An aura of death swept over everyone. But right then, something strange happened. The ground started violently rumbling and quaking all of a sudden. After a few moments, cracking sounds came from everywhere. They were extremely loud. It sounded as if the world was about to end. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed. He promptly spread his divine sense, and when he noticed the changes around him, his figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, appearing by Mo Xiaoqi's side the next moment. He didn't even have the time to deal with the Jiang family members. Xiaoqi had already taken her monster beasts back in the spirit beast pouches and happened to be floating in the air with a serious look on her face. After seeing Yang Kai appear, she anxiously cried, "Big brother Yang, it seems that—" "I know, let's go." Yang Kai cut her off, pushed his source chi, wrapping her in and quickly fleeing into the distance. Meanwhile, the Jiang family members inside the cave were a little taken aback after having barely escaped with their lives. Someone shouted something was wrong and everyone fled from the cave, one after another. And when they arrived outside, each and everyone was dumbstruck by the sight before them. The ground within 1,000 kilometers of them was violently rising and falling like waves, as if something was erupting from underground. And along with the violent ups and downs of the ground, a series of sharp ravines suddenly appeared before everyone, spanning endlessly. More importantly, pitch-black auras were slowly rising from these ravines. Soon after, these further branched into black snakes-like things, wafting in every direction. The world was quickly flooded by these. In their momentary loss of wits, the Jiang family members were surrounded by this pitch-black aura. "What is this?" a Jiang family elder cried in shock. He was getting a disturbing feeling from this black aura. That feeling seemed to provoke all kinds of negative emotions buried deep in his heart. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned red as his breathing became short. "Demon Qi! Damn it! Run!" The Jiang family members screamed. They promptly circulated their energy, trying to cast every escaping technique in their arsenal. However, it was already too late. Those black snake-like things immediately swarmed toward them, like they were alive, tightly surrounding everyone at once. The defensive source Qi of the Jiang family cultivators couldn't stop the erosion of these black auras. In just a short while, it was riddled with holes as black auras made their way in, seeping into their bodies through their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears. In just a short while, heart-rending screams drowned every sound. The Jiang family members seemed to be suffering unimaginable torture and pain. But after a while, these screams abruptly stopped. In the world shrouded in black Qi, the Jiang family cultivators stood back up. But at this moment, their aura was completely different from before. Everyone was surrounded by black mist and had an inexplicable evil smile hanging on their faces, their eyes reddish-black. It looked extremely horrifying. Hong hong hong. At a certain place, the ground suddenly blew up by a violent force as a huge hole appeared on the ground. The next moment, a vigorous figure jumped out of that hole. The figure landed on the ground and exercised its hands and feet a little as crisp, popping noises rang from it. The figure cracked its neck again as it broke into a peal of evil laughter. If Yang Kai was still here, he would have surely recognized this figure, as it was none other than the Jiang family old ancestor, Jiang Taishang, who had just fled like a stray dog. However, in this short period, Jiang Taishang's injuries seemed to have healed. Not only that, the aura radiating from him was stronger than before, as if he had made huge advancement. And this wasn't just limited to him. It was the same for all the Jiang family members. After everyone had been infected by the black Qi, they had changed. Their aura and strength had made tremendous progress. Jiang Taishang stood for a while before swooshing sounds suddenly came from behind him. One after another, figures jumped out of the hole and neatly stood behind him. They didn't utter a single word. It was extremely strange and eerie. All of these figures were Jiang family cultivators and mine slaves who had been demonized in the mine earlier. Jiang Taishang looked around as an extremely satisfied look appeared on his face. The next moment, he looked up and howled. His howl went straight to the sky. Meanwhile, the pitch-black demon Qi appeared to be summoned in some way as it gathered and formed a black tornado, rising toward the sky as if it would pierce through the sky. In the distance, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, who were fleeing at full speed, looked back after hearing this howl. Their expressions couldn't help but change. "Damn it!" Yang Kai cried in shock. "Who knows what the Jiang family has done this time? I'm afraid Maplewood City is going to be destroyed. If my guess is right, it should be the demon Qi of an ancient great demon." Mo Xiaoqi replied. "Ancient great demon?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. "Ah, in ancient times, humans, monsters, demons, and other races were all prosperous. They all ruled the star boundary, but with the change of times, races were replaced one after another. Finally, our human race became the ruler of the star boundary and has ruled it to this day because of our huge population and many masters, suppressing other races. However, that doesn't mean that the other races have been destroyed. They have been living in some hidden places in the star boundary, thriving in their own territory, but they rarely show up. Today's demon race is one of them, but they are completely different from the ancient great demons. Only the pure demon chi of an ancient great demon can demonize other living beings and transform them into members of the demon race. There is something like this in the world? Xianxia asked in surprise. An ancient great demon's demon chi or an ancient great demon's body was sealed in that mine. Ah! How did the Zhang family discover this place? And even broke the seal? Mo Xiaoqi's pretty face distorted in anger. I guess that the pure heart jade in the mine didn't naturally come into being, but was there because of the seal. Xianxia was absorbed in his thoughts. The greatest effect of the pure heart jade was to purify the heart, so it was a natural bane to the evil demon chi. Perhaps, a long, long time ago, some ancient master might have used a huge amount of pure heart jade to lay a seal underground. Unfortunately, years of mining by the people sent by the Zhang family must have broken this seal, finally liberating the demon chi. I hope it's the former. If it's the latter... Mo Xiaoqi stopped talking. What will happen? Asked Xianxia. Mo Xiaoqi looked at him with a grave look in her eyes and replied, It would mean that the ancient great demon has a good chance of resurrecting. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the 10 great emperors would have to personally make a move. Only they would be able to eradicate it. Xianxia's face suddenly turned gloomy after hearing this. The demon chi has dispersed. Mo Xiaoqi seemed to have noticed something at the moment and tenderly shouted. Xianxia calmly took a look back and noticed that it was indeed as Mo Xiaoqi had said. The vast demon chi covering thousands of kilometers of area disappeared in all directions as if it was controlled by someone. The billowing demon chi scattered away with unstoppable momentum, scattered about in a mess. There was a village at the foot of the barren mountain near the mine. But as the demon chi swept by it, painful screams were heard coming from the village, one after another. And when the demon chi disappeared, figures wrapped in black aura stood up from every corner of the village, one after another. Immediately after, all of them stared at the fleeing Xianxia and Mo Xiaoqi before pursuing after them. These ordinary people, who had never cultivated, sported physical strength that wasn't in any way inferior to wild beasts. Although they might not be able to catch up with Xianxia, they still showed no signs of letting up. Sir. Right then, a weak cry came from Zhang Ruoxi, who was in Xianxia's arms. Are you awake? Xianxia looked down and saw Zhang Ruoxi looking right at him. After her rest, her pretty face that was previously pale seemed to have regained a little of its complexion. Xianxia hurriedly pushed his source chi, coursing it through her body. After confirming that she was in no serious trouble, he was finally relieved. Sir, please save my Zhang family, begged Zhang Ruoxi. They don't know anything about the situation here, and if they aren't informed... Xianxia furrowed his brow after hearing this. But soon, he agreed with a nod. All right, I will take a trip to the Zhang family. Thank you, sir. Zhang Ruoxi gratefully thanked Xianxia. Big brother Zhang, I think it will be better if we move separately, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly proposed. You go to that Zhang family while I go to Maplewood City to inform Sir City Lord to take precautions. Otherwise, when the demon chi invades Maplewood City, it will be too late. I guess you are right. Xianxia nodded his agreement. He was thinking the same. And now that Mo Xiaoqi herself had proposed it, it couldn't be any better. You better be careful. I will rush back to Maplewood City as soon as possible. Then we will get far away from here. Mo Xiaoqi repeatedly nodded before she circulated her energy as she shot straight toward Maplewood City, leaving a long trail behind her. Xianxia immediately sped up after she left. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xianxia had arrived at the Zhang family manor. At this moment, the sun had just started rising. However, the orphans and widows of the Zhang family were already up. Signs of activity could be seen in the manor. When Xianxia arrived, the only two men of the Zhang family, the fat and thin cultivators, happened to be sparring in an open space. Both of them had similar cultivation. They were on par with each other. While they were locked in a heated battle, a flash of light blinded their eyes as a figure suddenly appeared. The fat and thin cultivators were greatly taken aback. They immediately stepped back and shouted, "Who are you?" But the next moment, a happy look appeared on the fat cultivator's face. He looked pleasantly surprised as he stated, "Well, it's our savior, and Ruoxi too." The thin cultivator, seeing Zhang Ruoxi, who was being gently put down by Yang Kai, greeted with enthusiasm. Since Yang Kai saved the Zhang family from extermination, the Zhang family had been grateful to Yang Kai, and seeing him here, they were naturally filled with joy. Second brother, third brother. Zhang Ruoxi's pretty face flushed red. She seemed a little apologetic and hurriedly greeted them. "You can chat with each other first. I will go talk to your grandmother." After dropping this sentence, his figure flickered before he disappeared all of a sudden. "He seems to be in a hurry. What's up?" The fat cultivator instinctively noticed something wrong. He worriedly looked at Zhang Ruoxi and asked, "Is there something wrong?" "It's like this." Zhang Ruoxi also knew that it wasn't time to reminisce, so she quickly recounted the things about the mine. The fat and thin cultivator turned pale after hearing this. At this moment, they heard the Zhang family's matriarch's voice and their expression turned grave. After excusing themselves, they hurried toward the manor. After the time it takes to enjoy half the cup of tea, a beautiful boat suddenly rose from the Zhang family manor and shot toward Maplewood City. The Zhang family was few in number. They only had a dozen or so people, that's all. Except for the fat and thin cultivators, everyone else was a woman. Moreover, their cultivation realms were completely different. In order to speed things up, Yang Kai could only summon the boat artifact and flew them toward Maplewood City together. Fortunately, there weren't that many of them. Otherwise, things would have taken longer. Furthermore, it was great that the Zhang family's matriarch did not doubt Yang Kai either. After learning about the seriousness of the matter, she decisively followed Yang Kai and left Zhang family's centuries-old home without a moment of hesitation. The old woman already had one foot in the grave. Naturally, she knew that as long as her family could live, they would always have the chance to make a comeback. But if no one was left alive, their family would really be over. As long as her family was safe and sound, who cared about a centuries-old home? The distance of 300 kilometers was covered in a moment. At the city gate, the expression of the cultivators guarding the gate suddenly changed when they saw a ship flying over. One of the First Order Origin Kings took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his voice, "Who is it? Any use of flight-type artifacts in Maplewood City is banned. Please disembark as soon as possible." But they didn't get any response from the ship. Seeing the ship coming closer and closer, a serious look appeared on all the guards' faces. Just when they were preparing to attack the ship to defend Maplewood City, an overwhelming pressure suddenly came from the ship. Dao Source Realm. The First Order Origin King was shocked and his knees almost touched the ground. As for the others, their cultivation was far worse than his, so they fared even worse. In their momentary lapse in concentration, the ship had rushed straight into Maplewood City at an extremely fast speed. Who is so bold that he actually dares to use a flight-type artifact in the city so imposingly? Are they tired of living? Where are the people of the City Lord's mansion? Why don't they teach him a lesson? What a joke! There is a Dao Source Realm Master on the ship. Apart from the two Vice City Lord and Sir City Lord, who can stop him? For a moment, the cultivators in the city began to whisper with each other, looking at the sky. In normal times, Yang Kai would not be so ostentatious. But now they were pressed for time, and he had the orphans and widows of the Zhang family with him. He had no choice. Bad news travels fast. Soon, the news about someone ignoring the rules of Maplewood City and driving a flight-type artifact straight into the city reached the ears of every major family in the city. Everyone was amazed by this. At this moment, Yang Kai had already flown the ship to the Spirit Pill Plaza. Naturally, he came here to inform Kong Si Ran. In the entire Maplewood City, he was only close to Kong Si Ran and Mo Xiaoqi. Now that Maplewood City was facing a disaster, it was natural to notify the other party. Just stay here and don't move. I have already turned on the ship's defenses. I will be back in a second. After having talked with the Zhang family, he hurriedly got out of the ship. Meanwhile, Kong Si Ran also happened to have noticed the movements outside and walked out of the Spirit Pill Plaza. The moment he saw Yang Kai, Kong Si Ran's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He pointed at Yang Kai and cried in surprise, "Brother! Brother Yang, you." He thought that he was seeing a ghost. After all, when the Yuan Furnace Mountain collapsed, there was no sign of Yang Kai. Later, he also inquired about Yang Kai's whereabouts. He knew that the Raging Fire Temple had searched the collapsed Yuan Furnace Mountain for 2 months, but they found nothing. And he still hadn't heard of Yang Kai even after 6 months. Kong Si Ran took it as Yang Kai having died at the Yuan Furnace Mountain. But now, Yang Kai had magically appeared in front of him. How could Kong Si Ran not be surprised? But soon, a relieved expression appeared on Kong Si Ran's face, as if his heart was free from some burden. He walked up to Yang Kai in hurried steps, tightly grabbed his arm with one hand and ruthlessly patted Yang Kai's shoulder with the other. Meanwhile, he sized up Yang Kai from top to bottom as he spoke. "Good, good. Heaven is really just. It helps the good. Brother Yang, now I can finally rest easy." Speaking of which, Kong Si Ran was feeling quite guilty these days because he took Yang Kai to the Yuan Furnace Mountain. But after the accident at the Yuan Furnace Mountain, he returned safe and sound while Yang Kai died there. During these 6 months, Kong Si Ran was riddled with guilt whenever he recalled it. He felt that he had harmed Yang Kai and often couldn't sleep and couldn't cultivate in peace either. But now, the source of his nightmares and guilt that had been troubling him all day had come back unscathed. He naturally felt lighter. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He immediately understood the change in Kong Si Ran's psyche. But he couldn't explain much either. "Brother Yang, you?" Kong Si Ran looked askance at the exquisite ship floating above the Spirit Pill Plaza. He had no idea why Yang Kai was causing trouble like this. "Brother Kong, we are in big trouble," Yang Kai stated in a low voice and with a grim look on his face. "What's happened?" Kong Si Ran's face immediately changed. He had caught a clue from Yang Kai's grim look and asked anxiously. "It's like this?" Yang Kai quickly explained what happened in the mine, and added, "Brother Kong, quickly pack your things and leave Maplewood City with me." How is this possible? How can there be an ancient great demon's pure demon chi in the vicinity of Maplewood City? Kong Si Ran lost his wits. He simply couldn't believe what he was hearing. Had it not been Yang Kai, he would have taken it as nothing more than a joke and laughed it off. But this news came straight from Yang Kai. He couldn't help but give it a thought. "We don't have the time to think." Yang Kai worriedly looked back, gazing at the sky outside the city. As if he sensed it, his expression slightly changed as he hurriedly shouted, "Brother Kan, I'll take a trip to the city lord's mansion. I will be back soon, and we will leave at once." Immediately after, he utilized his space force and teleported inside the city. As Kong Si Ran was beside himself, he didn't think much about it. He immediately turned around and rushed straight into the Spirit Pill Plaza. The next moment, the entire Spirit Pill Plaza broke into hysteria. The City Lord's mansion was located right at the center of Maplewood City. Yang Kai had gone in there with Kong Si Ran to participate in the auction last time, so he was familiar with the path. He was going to the City Lord's mansion not to inform anyone, but to find Mo Xiaoqi. Judging by the amount of time that passed, Mo Xiaoqi should have already explained the situation to the people of City Lord's mansion. But she was still nowhere to be found. Yang Kai had no choice but to go there himself and bring Mo Xiaoqi with him. Along the way, he took out the sound bead given to him by Mo Xiaoqi before, and pouring his divine sense into it, sent a message. Unfortunately, Mo Xiaoqi wasn't responding. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. He put away the sound bead and increased his speed. After a short while, he arrived at the City Lord's mansion. He unscrupulously swept the entire compound with his divine sense and found Mo Xiaoqi's whereabouts at once. Mo Xiaoqi happened to be in a side hall of the City Lord's mansion. There seemed to be a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator with her. However, Yang Kai was not familiar with his aura. He had no idea who it was. The space force fluctuated around Yang Kai and he appeared in the side hall straight away. Yang Kai looked around and immediately noticed an old man with gray-white skin standing before Mo Xiaoqi. She was reporting something in an agitated manner. But the old man just stood there with his hands behind his back. He appeared indifferent to it. The old man instantly noticed Xianxia as soon as he appeared and quickly looked at him. Two beams suddenly shot out from his dull eyes and fell on Xianxia. The next moment he looked surprised, because the old man realized that Xianxia was actually a Dao Source Realm Master completely unfamiliar to him. This was rare in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang. Mo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, was overjoyed and immediately greeted as if she had found a savior. "Are you done?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. Mo Xiaoqi looked infuriated after hearing this. She pointed at the gray-skinned old man and stated, stamping her feet, "Vice City Lord Zhuang didn't believe what I said at all. I'm arguing with him. He doesn't believe you?" Xianxia frowned. But hearing what Mo Xiaoqi said, Xianxia also came to know who this gray-skinned old man was. Maplewood City Vice Lord, Zhuang Pan. He too was in the First Order Dao Source Realm. Maplewood City had a City Lord and two Vice City Lords. The City Lord was naturally Duan Yuanshan, who was in the Second Order Dao Source Realm. And of the two Vice City Lords, one of them hosted the auction, the drunkard. He was unreasonable and had a strange temper. And the other one was Zhuang Pan before him. Even though he and drunkard were only in the First Order Dao Source Realm, he had been immersed in the same realm for many years. And it was very possible that he would make a breakthrough any time. Today, he might have been on duty in the City Lord's mansion. So, after Mo Xiaoqi came here, she didn't have to spend much effort to meet him. Unfortunately, Zhuang Pan didn't believe Mo Xiaoqi. No matter what Mo Xiaoqi said and how severe the situation she described it to be, he remained completely indifferent. Instead, he looked askance at Mo Xiaoqi, suspecting if she was planning something. This was really making Mo Xiaoqi worried. She voluntarily came to the City Lord's mansion to inform about the leaking demon qi out of kindness. She couldn't bear to see so many cultivators in Maplewood City to be infected by the demon qi. She didn't have any selfish intentions, but Zhuang Pan's attitude had made her cheek a little hot. She felt wronged. "Friend, how should I call you? I haven't seen you before." Against Xianxia, Zhuang Pan's expression finally became more solemn. After all, Xianxia's cultivation wasn't something he could ignore. "Xianxia, greetings Vice City Lord Zhuang." Xianxia cupped his fist at him. And before he could say anything, Xianxia continued, "What my friend just said wasn't a lie. She is speaking the truth. I have seen it with my own eyes. The City Lord's mansion needs to make preparations. I ask Vice City Lord Zhuang to quickly discuss it with Sir City Lord about countermeasures. If you delay, I'm afraid it will be too late. I have already said everything. Let's go." Having finished his piece, Xianxia, without giving any face to Zhuang Pan, pulled Mo Xiaoqi to leave. Seeing this, Zhuang Pan's face immediately fell. He looked very displeased. And right then, a First Order Origin King suddenly ran in. He appeared to be in panic. He immediately shouted the moment he came in. Reporting to Sir Vice City Lord, a ship just now ignored the city's rule of no flying and forced their way in. A Dao Source Realm Master was aboard, so we were unable to stop it. I ask Sir Vice City Lord to take charge. Ship? Dao Source Realm? Zhuang Pan's pupils involuntarily shrank after hearing this. He immediately turned his gaze at the departing back of Xianxia and fiercely shouted, "Friend, wait a moment." Just as he said this, he vigorously circulated his source qi and arrived behind Xianxia like a ghost with a flicker. Immediately after, he reached out to smack Xianxia's shoulder. Sensing the movement behind him, Xianxia promptly pushed away Mo Xiaoqi, and turning around, stretched his hand out to receive Zhuang Pan's oncoming palm. Bang! Followed by a deafening bang. The world energy undulated as a violent gale of wind ravaged the hall. Xianxia stood still as a mountain, but Zhuang Pan, on the other hand, was forced to take a step back. His face looked gloomier than before. "What do you want to do?" Xianxia straightened his body and angrily glared at Zhuang Pan. His eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Zhuang Pan was agitated. Nonetheless, he was a Dao Source Realm Master. He took a deep breath and calmed himself before he quickly replied, "Friend, as the vice city lord of Maplewood City, this Zhuang has the right to govern the affairs of the city. I think you have heard what this guard just reported. This Zhuang would like to know. That ship indeed belongs to me. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and promptly replied, Friend, you sure have guts. Zhuang Pan blew his top after hearing this. No flying is allowed inside Maplewood City, or any flight-type artifact, for that matter. Nobody can break this rule. Friend, since you have ignored the City Lord's Mansion's directive, this Zhuang Pan has no choice but to ask you to give me an explanation. Before Yang Kai could respond, the nearby Mo Xiaoqi angrily stamped her foot and rebuked. You are really interesting. The leaking demon Qi is about to reach Maplewood City, but you want to look at Big Brother Yang's ship? Do you really not care about millions of lives in Maplewood City? Zhuang Pan narrowed his eyes as he coldly snorted and countered. Whether this matter is true or false remains to be seen. How can this Zhuang believe you just because you say so? But this friend has indeed broken the rules of Maplewood City. I'm afraid he can't leave just like this. If you want to leave, you have to get this Zhuang's permission first. Who cares about the rules in the face of impending doom? Yang Kai angrily laughed. Xiaoqi, you don't need to waste your words on him. We have already given them the news. It's their choice to believe it or not. When the residents of Maplewood City are annihilated, he would be haunted by millions of ghosts day and night. Let's go. Mo Xiaoqi nodded. She glared at Zhuang Pan before chasing after Yang Kai. This king said, If your excellency wants to leave, you will have to get this king's permission first. Zhuang Pan angrily shouted. Suddenly, a small pagoda-like artifact appeared in his hand. He immediately poured his source qi into it as the pagoda slowly started rotating and flew toward Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi. While flying, the pagoda suddenly grew bigger, reaching the height of several hundred meters all of a sudden. Its bottom, which was completely dark and surrounded by principles, instantly pressed down on Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi. Judging by its momentum, it seemed that they were going to be completely suppressed by this pagoda. Dao Source Grade Artifact. Yang Kai's pupils, sensing the powerful energy radiating from the pagoda, involuntarily shrunk. He immediately blew his top. He grit his teeth and took out a light blue ball before pouring his source qi into it. That light blue ball wasn't that big, just the size of a longan. But as Yang Kai poured his source qi into it, a flickering electric arc suddenly appeared inside the ball, causing the hairs to stand at their root's end. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly started at the ball in astonishment. A soft cry of surprise even escaped from her mouth. She seemed to have been extremely surprised. At this time, that pulsating electric arc in the ball shot outside, swimming like a fish. It shot straight toward the pressing tall pagoda, leaving crackling noises. Zhuang Pan couldn't help but sneer at the sight of this. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. He immediately formed a few hand seals as that big and tall pagoda grew bigger the next moment. The electric arc struck the tall pagoda and disappeared into it in the next moment. The tall pagoda didn't launch any counters. Zhuang Pan broke into laughter and teased. Friend, your move has really opened my eyes. However, Yang Kai stood calmly in his place, responding with just a sneer. Seeing his weird reaction, Zhuang Pan's heart suddenly started pounding. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Before he could grasp what just Yang Kai did, crackling noises suddenly came from inside the pressing tall pagoda. The next moment, the tall pagoda was surrounded by dancing dense and dazzling lightning arcs. Meanwhile, the glow emanating from the pagoda had dimmed. The moment that lightning arc flashed, Zhuang Pan looked as if he was struck by lightning. He instantly turned pale as he spurted a mouthful of blood, and his aura took a huge dive while he blurted out in shock, How is this possible? At that moment, Zhuang Pan realized that his pagoda's spirituality was greatly damaged. His pagoda was a low-rank Dao source-grade artifact. He had nurtured it for many years with his blood, sweat, and tears, even weaving his divine sense to make use of his secret technique to apply to the artifact. In other words, it was closely connected to him. Although refining it with that secret method could greatly enhance the power of the pagoda, correspondingly, Once the pagoda was damaged, the master would also receive different degrees of backlash. And at this moment, he had received a huge backlash. His source chi was in turmoil and out of his control. He was unable to suppress it and spurted a mouthful of blood. The lightning was still lingering around the pagoda, and it took a long time for it to slowly dissipate. The pagoda didn't seem to have suffered any damage on the surface, but its spirituality had fallen greatly. Zhuang Pan could sense that the pagoda had suffered a lot of internal damage and its inside was riddled with cracks. If he wanted to repair it, he would need some special materials and a lot of time too. Due to this, Zhuang Pan's blood and energy was in turmoil again. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Sir Vice City Lord, the guard, who had come in to report before, shouted in shock after seeing this. Zhuang Pan placed his hands on his chest. His face was extremely pale. His aura was unstable. He looked at the nearby Yang Kai with an ugly look on his face. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He really couldn't figure out what the grade of that bead-like artifact was. To his surprise, it could shoot such a powerful attack that even his Dao Source grade artifact couldn't take. If I was struck by that bolt, would I still be alive? If he knew that the bead was an Emperor artifact, he would be shocked speechless. In any case, Zhuang Pan was a Dao Source Realm Master and Yang Kai didn't want to waste time on him. Therefore, he took the Annihilation Thunder Bead and attacked right away. In the past, when he got the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai was just an Origin returning Realm Master. Although he could activate the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he couldn't bring out its full power because of his insufficient cultivation. Since then, he had used it many times, and every time he used it the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he could bring out increased along with the increase in his cultivation. Now, he was a Dao Source Realm Master and was able to mobilize world principles. Even if he couldn't bring out the full power of the Emperor artifact, it wasn't something that the Dao Source grade artifact could contend against. In just one clash, it was clear which was stronger and which was weaker. Vice City Lord Zhuang, please behave yourself. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame this Yang for being merciless. Yang Kai glared at Zhuang Pan and angrily shouted. Zhuang Pan's face turned ashen. His lips parted, but he dared not even say a word. Naturally, he could tell that Yang Kai wasn't bluffing, but he would really act out on it. In other words, if he stopped him, he might really lose his life here. Ha ha ha, dear friend. Why are you so angry? Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside. Following this, a fat and thin cultivator suddenly came in. At the same time, a strong aroma of wine permeated through the hall. Yang Kai couldn't help but furrow his brow. He took a side glance at the visitors. He recognized both of them. The short and fat man was the Vice City Lord with horrendous conduct, Drunkard. As soon as he entered the hall, he took a quick look around before his pupils shrank. But soon he calmed down. He took the huge battle gourd from his waist and took a swig as if he was taking it to calm his nerves. The thinner cultivator was the City Lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan. He was also the only second-order Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City. Yang Kai had seen Duan Yuan Shan many times. Naturally, he was no stranger to him. At this moment, Duan Yuan Shan was intently looking at Yang Kai with interest. He broke into a laugh and asked, "When did my Maplewood City have another Dao Source Realm cultivator? What a pleasant surprise." He didn't appear to be looking to pursue Yang Kai's case of hurting Zhuang Pan at all. Rather, he looked very happy. It wasn't difficult to understand why the two of them would suddenly appear here. After all, this was still the City Lord's mansion. Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard usually lived here. The clash between Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan's artifact generated powerful energy fluctuations. How could they not notice these fluctuations? So they both rushed in here. "Greetings, Sir City Lord. Sir Vice City Lord." Yang Kai frowned and cupped his fists to the two. Drunkard pursed his lips as he wiped the wine trickling down the corner of his mouth. He casually cupped his fist in return but didn't say anything. Instead, he found a place next to a pillar in the hall and lazily sat down, swigging from the bottle gourd. Duan Yuan Shan, on the other hand, chuckled. "Dear friend, how polite of you. I wonder how to call you my dear friend." This one's Yang Kai. So it's brother Yang. Duan Yuanshan looked askance. From what this city lord remembers, there isn't any major family surname Yang in Maplewood City. I'm just a loose cultivator, that's all. I came to Maplewood City more than a year ago, so that's how it is. Duan Yuanshan looked a little surprised. He immediately asked, I wonder why Brother Yang and Brother Zhuang were fighting? Everyone is Dao Source Realm Master. How about we sit down and talk it out? There is no point in being so agitated. City Lord, this person is really arrogant. He ignored the city rules and flew a ship straight into the city. This Zhuang just wanted to ask, but he didn't want to cooperate. I asked the city lord to investigate it. Before Yang Kai could answer, Zhuang Pan stole the initiative to answer. Everything he said was in line with the truth. He didn't slander or embellish the facts. Is that right? Duan Yuanshan furrowed his brow before turning his gaze at Yang Kai. Yes, that is indeed right. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Zhuang Pan immediately sneered. Sir City Lord, Maplewood City's rules are set by you personally. This guy has no respect for the rules and wantonly breaking them. May I ask how to deal with this? He had just suffered a loss in Yang Kai's hands. Even the pagoda's spirituality had fallen, so he naturally hated Yang Kai very much. And now, since Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard were here, if he could really pin the crime on him, Yang Kai would truly suffer the consequence of going against him. That was what he would like to see. If Sir City Lord still wants to punish this Yang after learning why, then this Yang Kai would not object. Before Duan Yuanshan could deliver any judgment, Yang Kai threw a sentence with a sneer. What happened? Duan Yuanshan immediately became a little suspicious after seeing his serious expression. About 2,000 kilometers from here, the seal of an ancient great demon broke and pure demon chi has started leaking. I'm afraid it won't be long before it reaches Maplewood City, Yang Kai promptly replied. What? Duan Yuanshan blurted out in surprise after hearing this. Ancient great demon seal is broken? The leaking of pure demon chi? The nearby drunkard, who had been leaning on the stone pillar, drinking and looked completely drunk, was also stunned by this news. He immediately became sober and stared, wide-eyed at Yang Kai. Wine was spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't seem to care. What a load of crap! Zhuang Pan immediately shouted angrily. Sir City Lord, don't believe in his nonsense. Duan Yuanshan raised his hand to stop him from speaking. He looked straight at Yang Kai and asked with a serious look on his face. Is that really true? Where did Brother Yang get this news? And what's the proof? I saw it with my own eyes. I fled all the way back to Maplewood City. Yang Kai glanced at Zhuang Pan and sneered. He pointed at Mo Xiaoqi and continued. My friend was concerned about the safety of the few millions of souls residing in Maplewood City and wanted to warn the City Lord's mansion so that everyone can prepare. But Vice City Lord Zhuang remained unmoved. He didn't even want to send anyone to verify it, and because of this one's ship hurriedly flying into Maplewood City, breaking some goddamn rules, he kept arguing and even fought. As for proof, you can go and check it out yourself. 2,000 kilometers isn't that far. I'll go check it out. The nearby drunkard didn't dare to drag on after hearing this. He hung the bottle gourd on his waist and stood right up before flying out, leaving a long trail. I have said everything I have to say. Sir City Lord, this one will take his leave now. Having finished his piece, Yang Kai signaled Mo Xiaoqi with his eyes. Mo Xiaoqi instantly understood his intention and hurriedly walked toward the exit. You can't leave. We still haven't verified. Zhuang Pan tried to act strong and shouted aloud. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. Yang Kai immediately threw this sentence without even turning back. The next moment, he and Mo Xiaoqi disappeared from the hall. Sir City Lord, this person is simply too arrogant and domineering. Zhuang Pan didn't dare to stop Yang Kai, so he could only pin his hopes on Duan Yuanshan. He was expecting him to stop Yang Kai. The latter immediately glanced at him and indifferently stated, if what this guy said is true, Maplewood City will be in grave danger. Zhuang Pan was struck by a lightning bolt after hearing this. He couldn't speak anymore. Even though Duan Yuan Dan didn't say anything, he could see the dissatisfaction and blame in Sir City Lord's eyes. He knew that he was extremely angry and anxious at this moment. But how can you even think that the news about the breaking of an ancient great demon seal and the leaking of pure demon chi to be real? After a while, Duan Yuan Shan suddenly took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Obviously, Drunkard had sent a message back. Zhuang Pan's face was filled with expectation. He was secretly praying that Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi were making things up. If that's the case, he would have a legitimate reason to find trouble with Yang Kai. And Duan Yuan Shan would definitely not let Yang Kai go after having been lied to like this. However, under Zhuang Pan's nervous and expectant gaze, Duan Yuan Shan's face suddenly turned pale and slightly trembled. "Sir City Lord," Zhuang Pan nervously shouted. "Relay my order, activate all the defensive arrays at any cost. And we must increase the power of the spirit array to maximum." Duan Yuan Shan suddenly shouted as his voice spread throughout the City Lord's mansion. "Impossible?" Zhuang Pan immediately turned pale and slumped down on the ground. Duan Yuan Shan angrily glared at him. With a shake of his figure disappeared from the hall. After a while, countless instructions were orderly transmitted from his communication artifact, passing it to those under him. After a while, a humming sound came from the walls of Maplewood City as various defensive arrays that had not been activated for many years activated today, one after another. Maplewood City, followed by a deafening sound and quaking of the ground. A colorful screen of light appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the entire city in a dome. These defensive arrays were painstakingly created and arranged by the past city lords and masters of major families living in Maplewood City to guard against the foreign enemies. However, these defensive arrays had never been activated, because Maplewood City hadn't encountered any powerful enemy invasion so far. Even the cultivators, who had been living in Maplewood City for a long time, had almost forgotten about these defensive arrays. But today, all the spirit arrays were activated one after another. What is going on? Why are these spirit arrays activated? Something big must have happened. A foreign enemy wouldn't happen to be invading, right? Could an Emperor Realm Master be attacking? For a while, many cultivators in the city were surprised and confused. Everyone broke into lively discussions. Some even looked toward the City Lord's mansion, wondering what the City Lord's mansion had to say about it. At this moment, an anxious shout came from outside the city. "Everyone, quickly enter the city. No delays are allowed." This sentence was repeated over and over again. The speaker sounded anxious. Furthermore, the speaker seemed to have imbued his energy into it. His voice was heard throughout Maplewood City. "It's Vice City Lord Drunkard." After some cultivators recognized the owner of the voice, everyone was stunned. They immediately rushed to the city wall and looked around. After a short while, the wall was jam-packed with cultivators. The next moment, cries of surprise rang everywhere. "Look! Sir Vice City Lord seems to be being chased by something. Well, what the hell is that? It's all black. Even Sir Vice City Lord is not its opponent." While everyone was clamoring, Drunkard had already arrived before Maplewood City. Seeing him arrive, the cultivator responsible for controlling the spirit array barrier immediately opened a gap in front of him. Drunkard's figure immediately flew inside. After he entered, the gap was quickly closed again. The barrier looked as good as before. At the same time, the billowing black chi that was hot on Drunkard's tails had also reached the walls. It didn't slow down and crashed straight into the screen of light. Bang! A deafening crash instantly resounded across the city. The brightly glowing screen of light shook a little and dimmed all of a sudden, almost shattering. This couldn't escape from the eyes of the nearby cultivators. Everyone was scared, their faces turning pale as they backed away. The cultivators maintaining the array hurriedly mobilized their own energy, pouring more of their energy into the array. Finally, they somehow stabilized the trembling screen of light. Swish, swish, swish. Streaks of light immediately shot toward the side from every nook and corner of the city. Obviously, all the cultivators in Maplewood City had noticed the commotion here. City Lord Duan Yuanshan was first to appear. The moment he landed on the walls, he stared ahead with a serious look on his face, the corner of his eyelids twitching. Several cultivators emanating the aura of Tao Source Realm appeared on either side of him, one by one. And after noticing what was happening before them, everyone's face turned pale. City Lord Duan, what are these things? One of the gray-haired old men asked. This old man was a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. He was none other than Qin family's old ancestor, Qin Zhaoyang. He was the oldest-looking cultivator among the 10 Tao Source Realm cultivators present here. He looked as if he didn't have much time left. Old age spots could be seen on his face. This was extremely rare for a Tao Source Realm cultivator. Only those cultivators whose lifespan was about to reach the limit would show these signs. Yes, City Lord Duan, since you ordered the activation of the defensive arrays in advance, you should have gotten some news about this, right? Du family's old ancestor, Du Lishun, also asked. Other Tao Source Realm masters of other families also looked to Duan Yuanshan, hoping to get an explanation from him. Demon Qi. Pure demon Qi of an ancient great demon. Duan Yuanshan replied with a serious look on his face. From what I know, it happened to have leaked 2,000 kilometers away. Ancient great demons, pure demon Qi? The crowd of Tao Source Realm Masters' expression drastically changed after hearing this. This city lord just got the news. Don't ask me where this demon Qi came from. This city lord doesn't have a clue. I only know that if we can't work together, Maplewood City will be destroyed today. The crowd of Tao Source Realm Masters looked shocked after hearing this. Duan Yuanshan looked around. Everyone, you all are leaders of your respective families. Most of your clansmen are still inside the city. I think you don't want to see them infected by the demon Qi and lose their sanity, do you? Of course not. Qin Zhaoyang was the first to express his position. But how will we defend against it? I ask Sir City Lord to please share. Yeah, this is the first time we have encountered pure demon Qi of an ancient great demon. We don't know what the best way is to get rid of it. Liang Penglu of the Liang family stated with a grim look hanging on his face. Well, Duan Yuanshan was rendered speechless for a while. Although he was a second-order Tao Source Realm Master and his cultivation was higher than the others, he was against the pure demon Qi of an ancient great demon. Just like everyone else, he was encountering it for the first time. How would he have any idea how to get rid of it effectively? Brother Duan, we might as well strengthen our defenses first. We can slowly research it later. Drunkard was showing no signs of being drunk. He was wide awake now. Exactly. Duan Yuanshan's eyes lit up. He added, everyone, please take care of a section of the city wall and help others defend the spirit array. I will go look for someone. I might get some answers from him. While speaking, Duan Yuanshan gave an eye signal to Drunkard. Drunkard immediately understood and summoned everyone to come forward before they started studying. After a while, the Tao Source Realm cultivators had settled on their section to defend before quickly dispersing. Meanwhile, Drunkard's expression momentarily changed as if he recalled something. He hurriedly flew toward the city lord's mansion. The shocking thing happening outside the city had already reached the ears of many cultivators. The word got spread from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, and so on. Very soon, every cultivator in the entire Maplewood City knew about it. Some hot-blooded cultivators immediately obeyed the call and went to the city wall to assist in the defense. In a flash, the walls of Maplewood City were jam-packed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi were back at the Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai immediately spread his divine sense and knew that Kong Si Ran and the members of the Spirit Pill Plaza were already ready. They had even boarded the ship. He signaled Mo Xiaoqi before Mo Xiaoqi embarked the ship the next moment. Just when he was about to enter the ship, he suddenly looked toward a direction, immersed in his thoughts. In that direction, an unremarkable middle-aged man among the crowd of onlookers was calmly gazing at Yang Kai. When their gazes met, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. His smile appeared quite weird. Yang Kai couldn't help but furrow his brow. The middle-aged man was a complete stranger. He was sure that he had never seen this guy. However, to his surprise, this man was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He found this a little unbelievable. Masters of this level rarely appeared in Maplewood City. Apart from the Luanfeng's appearance on Clear Jade Mountain last time, which had attracted countless powerful cultivators to investigate, the entire Maplewood City might not have a single third-order Dao Source Realm Master pass by in a year, but today he found one in the crowd. And he seemed to be interested in Xianxia, which puzzled him. However, he didn't give it much of a thought. Instead, he quickly embarked on the ship before controlling the ship to fly off. After the ship left, the middle-aged man coldly smiled as he muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Wow, it's really a case of wearing the iron shoes in fruitless search only to find it by coincidence. Who would have thought that after finding no clues after half a year, I would see the young palace master's ship here? Since you obtained it, you should know something. Surprisingly, this middle-aged man was the master sent by the Flying Saint Palace Master 6 months ago to investigate who murdered Ning Yuancheng. Following clues, he easily found out that the place where he was seen last time was the auction fair in Maplewood City. So naturally, he rushed all the way to Maplewood City. However, he didn't find any useful information even after investigating for 6 months. By some lucky coincidence, he managed to see Ning Yuancheng's ship artifact in the city. He didn't believe that Xianxia had the ability to kill Ning Yuancheng. After all, Ning Yuancheng was guarded by a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, Lu Yizhi. And in his opinion, Xianxia simply didn't have that kind of ability. But he believed that since Xianxia could get Ning Yuancheng's ship, he definitely knew something. Therefore, he was paying attention to Xianxia. There were many eyes in the city. It was inconvenient for him to make a move here. He decided to follow him first. Xianxia flew the ship to the city walls. But when he saw the situation outside, his heart immediately hit rock bottom, because at this moment, the boundless ancient demon Qi had already surrounded the entire Maplewood City, leaving not even the slightest bit of gap. Looking from high above, it looked as if the city walls of Maplewood City were built from pitch-black materials. The pitch-black city wall kept squirming and moving around several dozen kilometers around Maplewood City. Anyone who rushed into it would be in grave danger. Even though the ship artifact's grade wasn't low and it also had some defensive barriers, if Xianxia hastily rushed in, everyone else besides him would definitely be infected. Brother Yang. Kong Si-ran had obviously noticed the situation. He immediately turned pale. How did this happen? Ah, it's too late. Mo Xiaoqi nibbled her cherry-red lips. She looked frustrated. At the same time, she was cursing Zhuang Pan in her heart. Had they not wasted so much time on Zhuang Pan, maybe they still had the chance to leave here before the demon Qi surrounded the city. But now it was too late. Inside the ship, everyone turned their gazes to Xianxia. At this point, Xianxia's cultivation was highest, and he had already become everyone's pillar. Even though there was a grim look on Xianxia's face, he wasn't in a panic. Because even if he had nowhere to go, he could send everyone into the small sealed world and break through the blockade of Demon Qi alone. He was 80% confident that he could safely escape from it using Space Force. But this way, he would be unable to hide his big secret, the sealed world bead. The members of the Zhang family were still good. After all, they regarded Xianxia as their savior. If Xianxia asked them to keep the matter about the sealed world bead a secret, they would definitely swear an oath and keep a tight lid on it. As for Spirit Pill Plaza's waiters and alchemists, it was hard to say. Xianxia didn't have much friendship with them. If the secret of sealed world bead was exposed by them, it would draw countless coveting masters. The sealed world bead was an emperor artifact and was a portable self-contained world. In the entire star boundary, there were few to no other such artifacts. There were still some self-contained world-type artifacts in the star boundary, such as the 5-colored treasure pagoda that Xianxia had gone in last time. Naturally, it was the founding artifact of Star Soul Palace. However, the biggest difference between the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the sealed world bead was that the former could not be carried wherever the user pleased. It could only be placed inside the Star Soul Palace. The sealed world bead was extremely important to Xianxia. He didn't dare to expose it unless absolutely necessary. It seems it's impossible to charge through, Xianxia muttered to himself. But suddenly his expression changed as he asked, there should be a space array in Maplewood City, right? In his home star field, most of the major cities had space arrays. Not to mention, he was now in the vast star boundary. Although Maplewood City wasn't that big, it still should have a space array. Yeah, but it's inside the City Lord's mansion, Xianxia replied with a nod. All right, let's go to the City Lord's mansion, Xianxia proposed and immediately controlled the ship to fly toward the City Lord's mansion. Looking down, the entire Maplewood City was in chaos. When the word about pure demon chi of ancient great demons surrounding the city got out, many cultivators living in the city naturally panicked. They were afraid that the defensive array of the city would break and they would end up dead. And the first route to escape that crossed everyone's mind was naturally to teleport through the space array. So at this moment, the cultivators were rushing toward the City Lord's mansion. No one could tell how many of them were there. After realizing this, Xianxia's face turned ashen. He pushed the ship to fly faster. After a while, the ship arrived above the City Lord's mansion. But before he could make the ship land, he suddenly sensed energy fluctuations belonging to a Tao Source Realm Master from a certain palace. Immediately after, a deafening crash resounded as that palace instantly collapsed, creating a cloud of dust. All of a sudden, there was nothing left of the beautiful palace. Many cultivators flew from inside the rubble, cursing again and again. All of them looked pretty angry. Seeing this, Xianxia's pupil shrank at once. He was having a bad feeling. He immediately turned to Xianxia and asked, Brother Kong, that wouldn't be the place where the transmission array was, right? Xianxia nodded with a frustrated look on his face. Xianxia's corners of mouth started twitching as he focused his gaze at an unkempt figure floating in the air. This figure had a short stature and was wearing ragged clothes. His hair was a horrible mess. The figure looked no different than a beggar. But this figure exuded a powerful aura that only Tao Source Realm Master could possess. And more importantly, a big green bottle gourd was hanging on his waist. Obviously, it was none other than Drunkard himself. At this moment, he was the only Tao Source Realm Master here. Apparently, what just happened was his handiwork. On the ground, countless cultivators were glaring at Drunkard in anger. They looked as if they couldn't wait to wipe him off the face of this world. Sir Vice City Lord, why did you destroy the transmission array? I always used to admire you. But who would have thought that you would be so vicious at this critical point? Yeah, Drunkard. Why did you destroy my escape route? The space array is destroyed. It's over. We can't escape anymore. Drunkard, if you don't give us an explanation, you can forget leaving this place alive. Drunkard, only one of us can remain in this world. Angry shouts and questions flew straight toward the hovering Drunkard like the sharpest knife. Some of the agitated cultivators had already started attacking. They summoned their artifacts and cast their martial skills as they launched their attacks straight at Drunkard. Meanwhile, Drunkard just stood right in his place. No matter how he was condemned by the public, he remained absolutely still. Even in the face of those oncoming attacks, he didn't bat an eye. He just mobilized his source chi to defend himself. He had no intention of retaliating. Ladies and gentlemen, Drunkard looked around as his eyes flickered with a cold gleam. His voice was low, but it was loud and clear. This old man understands what's going in everyone's mind and knows what everyone is thinking. But today, our Maplewood City is surrounded by demon chi. A disaster is imminent and it might strike at any moment. You freaking old fart, since you know it, why did you destroy the space array? You really must have some kind of sinister intent. Just how evil are you? A furious roar suddenly came from the crowd. Drunkard immediately focused his gaze there as his expression turned apologetic. Then he continued, This old man had no choice but to do this. Our Maplewood City has a few 100,000 cultivators. If we can work together, we might be able to survive this disaster. But if everyone left through the space array, the city would be destroyed. By then, everyone in the city will be eradicated. the entire city will be wailing. It would be turned into hell. This old man has spent his entire life in Maplewood City. All this old man's relatives and friends are here, and so are your friends and relatives. This old man doesn't want to see them infected and lose their sanity. Would you like to see this? If you want to escape with your lives, who will guard your friends and relatives? As he said this, Drunkard's eyes flickered with a majestic aura as he looked about at everyone. The angry voices coming from the crowd slowly grew weaker and weaker. Many heads were hung in shame as they started ruminating. Our Maplewood City is just a drop in the ocean in the star boundary. It's not even well known in the Southern Territory. Hardly anyone knows it. But I am proud of my Maplewood City's sons and daughters. This old man has lived most of his life here, witnessed the prosperity of Maplewood City for hundreds of years. This old man loves this city and doesn't want to see the city destroyed. Everyone, don't worry. We have already sent some messengers to the other cities through the transmission array. They will pass the news to Star Soul Palace and other prominent sects. I believe that masters will come to our rescue and save our Maplewood City soon. But before that, this old man begs everyone to join me in protecting the city. Let's fend off the foreign enemies together. This old man assures you that I will do my best to protect the city and safeguard everyone's safety. Even if my blood is spilled, I will have no complaints. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me. Having said this, Drunkard looked at everyone with an earnest and sincere look in his eyes. The entire crowd was completely quiet. They were no longer clamoring like before. Count this city lord in two. This city lord swears on his heart demon. If the city exists, everyone exists. If it's destroyed, everyone dies. Duan Yuanshan's voice came from the distance. After a while, he appeared beside Drunkard in a flash. Drunkard was startled, smiling at Duan Yuanshan. Old drunk, nicely done. Duan Yuanshan whispered quietly. He looked extremely thankful. Drunkard shook his head. At this moment, someone among the crowd suddenly shouted aloud. Let's follow Sir City Lord and Sir Vice City Lord. Follow their orders. If the city exists, everyone exists. If it's destroyed, everyone dies. If the city exists, everyone exists. If it's destroyed, everyone dies. If the city exists, everyone exists. If it's destroyed, everyone dies. More and more cultivators joined the shouting. Gradually, their shouts shook the entire city. Their voices resounded throughout the city, reaching heaven. Everyone's heart was united. Everyone's will was united like a fortress. Drunkard looked down at the crowd in relief and deeply bowed to everyone. Whether everyone was supporting him sincerely or because they were forced to help, as long as they were willing to do their part in defending Maplewood City, they deserved his gratitude. Thank you, everyone. We have no way out. If we want to survive, we have to resist the demon chi. I invite everyone to go to the city wall and support the fellow cultivators in the city. Drunkard's voice was heard loud and clear across the city. Just as he said this, everyone below started moving. They immediately cast various movement techniques or summoned flight-type artifacts as they dispersed in every direction. Old drunk, I'll leave the things here to you. I'll have to meet someone. Having finished speaking, Duan Yuanshan turned his gaze at a nearby ship. He then arrived before the ship with a flicker, cupped his fist, and asked, Brother Yang, can we meet? City Lord Yuan, please come in. Yang Kai's voice came from inside the ship. Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan smiled lightly before he stepped on the ship. Heading inside the cabin, Duan Yuanshan met Yang Kai, who had an indifferent look on his face. Brother Yang. Duan Yuanshan cupped his fists again before a grim look took over his face as he stated the purpose of his visit. Please forgive this Duan for coming uninvited, but this Duan wants to ask Brother Yang about the ancient demon chi. I know. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't mean to hide anything. He briefly narrated everything that happened in the mine. Having heard everything, Duan Yuanshan tightly furrowed his brow before he asked again. So, according to Brother Yang, all of this is because of the Jiang family? Yeah. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder I didn't see that oldie Jiang Taisheng. Duan Yuanshan looked furious. He immediately asked again, "Since Brother Yang has come in contact with ancient demon Qi, do you know how to resist it?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't have a clue. All I know is that after that ancient demon Qi invades someone's body, it will cause the victim's temperament to change. And anyone who has recently died would come back to life after being invaded by it." "How is this possible?" Duan Yuanshan's expression changed. "I don't know. Perhaps there is something mystical about the ancient demon Qi." While the two were talking, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly interjected. "Actually, there is no special way to deal with the ancient demon Qi. Can only be dispersed with strength. If it was just an ordinary demon Qi, there are things to restrain it, but the pure demon Qi from an ancient great demon is very hard to suppress. However, what?" Duan Yuanshan immediately turned to Mo Xiaoqi. His face was filled with questions. In the mine, since pure heart jade was used as a sealing medium, then pure heart jade should be able to resist the invasion of the demon Qi. If the cultivators of the city wore some pure heart jade, it might have some restraining effect. Pure heart jade? Duan Yuanshan raised his brows. This was giving him a headache. Pure heart jade is very rare. There are some in the city lord's mansion storehouse, but there are very few of them. A smile immediately bloomed on Mo Xiaoqi's face. She took out a few rings and handed them to Duan Yuanshan. "Sir City Lord, take a look at these." Duan Yuanshan took them suspiciously, but as he scanned them with his divine sense, he immediately cried with a pleasant surprise, "So much pure heart jade?" The rings Mo Xiaoqi handed to Duan Yuanshan were filled with pure heart jade. They were countless. This made Duan Yuanshan overjoyed. "Miss, are these all from that mine?" Duan Yuanshan asked after a moment of thought. Mo Xiaoqi nodded. "I defeated a few Jiang family cultivators in the mine and snatched their space rings. These are all they had. This Duan will humbly accept Miss Graciousness." While speaking, Duan Yuanshan immediately stood up and deeply bowed to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi hurriedly waved off and apologetically said, "City Lord Duan, don't be so serious. Actually, these are nothing." Duan Yuanshan shook his head and quickly responded, "In any case, my Maplewood City has noted down Miss Graciousness. If we survive this catastrophe, Miss will be the honored guest of my Maplewood City." The pure heart jade was more or less useful to every cultivator. It was quite valuable, and this much pure heart jade was a huge fortune. Had it been any other ordinary cultivator, it was quite unlikely that they would offer these many pure heart even if they knew that Maplewood City was in danger. However, Mo Xiaoqi took them out without so much as batting her eyes. Duan Yuanshan was extremely grateful for this. "All these pure heart jade can be considered to have been bought by my Maplewood City's City Lord's mansion. In the future, my City Lord's mansion will convert them into corresponding source crystals and pay you, Miss," Duan Yuanshan added. "It's really all right." Mo Xiaoqi really had no idea what to say. Yang Kai's expression flickered as he stated, "City Lord Duan, I also have some pure heart jade here. If they are not enough, just tell me." Duan Yuanshan's eyes lit up after hearing this. He broke into laughter. "After Brother Yang and Miss Help, my Maplewood City has nothing to worry about. Please let this Duan thank Brother Yang for your generosity in advance. If they really fall short, I will come to Brother Yang. Well, this Duan would now like to distribute these pure heart jade. I wonder if Brother Yang would like to go with this Duan to the city wall, to defend against the foreign enemies." Yang Kai didn't answer immediately. Rather, he glanced around at the others before answering. "I can come, but let me drop them off first." "But of course. This Duan will go first." Duan Yuanshan was in glee after hearing this. He had gotten another Dao Source Realm Master's help. It would be beneficial for the entire Maplewood City. He naturally thanked Yang Kai's cardinal principles and righteousness. After bidding goodbye, his figure immediately went out of the ship and flew straight toward the city wall. After Duan Yuanshan left, Yang Kai turned his gaze at Mo Xiaoqi and stated, "Xiaoqi, my cave mansion has been taken back by the city lord's mansion. Can I leave them in your cave mansion?" "Sure." Mo Xiaoqi readily agreed. Yang Kai nodded, and following her guidance, piloted the ship to her secluded mansion. After a while, a crowd arrived at Mo Xiaoqi's cave mansion. Under Yang Kai's arrangement, the Zhang family and the waiters and 2 alchemists of the Spirit Pill Plaza entered the cave mansion. Please rest here. If something changes in Maplewood City again, I will come to you in advance and take you out of here. After saying this, Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi and ordered, Ruoxi, take care of your Zhang family. Yes, sir. Please be careful. Zhang Ruoxi looked at Yang Kai with a worried look. Xiaoqi, do you have a secret room here? Asked Yang Kai. Yes, come with me. Although Mo Xiaoqi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, she still promptly led the way. Brother Kong, you are coming with us as well. Yang Kai shouted at Kong Si Ran. Even though Kong Si Ran was suspicious, he followed after them without asking any questions. The cave mansion rented by Mo Xiaoqi was the best in Maplewood City, whether it was in the density of the world energy or the size of the cave mansion. The cave mansion Yang Kai had rented before was a far cry from this. The cave mansion had 5-6 secret rooms for a retreat. After arriving before the secret room, Yang Kai gave an eye signal to Mo Xiaoqi, who astutely withdrew. Brother Yang, why did you bring me here? Kong Si Ran was at a loss. He had no idea why Yang Kai brought him to a secret room in this moment of crisis. Shouldn't I be coordinating with the cultivators outside to defend against the demon Qi? Brother Kong, take a look at this. While speaking, Yang Kai threw him a jade bottle. Kong Si Ran skeptically took it. Next, he opened its lid and flipped it upside down as a pill rolled down from the jade bottle. The next moment, Kong Si Ran seemed to have been struck by lightning. His eyes immediately lit up as he suspiciously looked at the pill on his hand. There was a look of incredulity on his face. He studied the pill with widened eyes for a while, and when he had finally determined what it was, he couldn't help but blurt out in shock, "A Tao source pill?" As the shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza, countless pills had been traded by his hands. So, Kong Si Ran was deeply knowledgeable about them. Although he had never seen the Tao source pill, how could he not tell what the Tao source pill looked like and how it smelled? The pill in his hand was precisely the very Tao source pill from Legends. The only difference was that this Tao source pill had lines on it like the meridians of a human body. Delicate patterns that looked like they had been carved by heaven and earth itself dotted the pill. Tao source pill with pill veins? Kong Si Ran's voice became sharper and louder. His hands were trembling uncontrollably. I got this from the Yuan Furnace Mountain. As Brother Kong had expected, a Tao source pill refined by Gong Sun Mu himself was indeed left by him in his cave mansion. Unfortunately, too much time has passed. Only this one was left. The others have been reduced to waste. Yang Kai explained, looking regretful. Of course, all of this was nonsense. This Tao source pill with pill veins was refined by him personally before he broke through to the Tao source realm. After successfully refining it, he didn't have the time to check his own handiwork as he was immediately absorbed in his advancement. After having successfully advanced, he had the time to check it while he was waiting for Lu Yen near the Yuan Furnace Mountain. At that time, he had refined 6 pills at once, 5 of which were ordinary Tao source pills. Only this one gave birth to pill veins. Fortunately, there was this one. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain the origin of the Tao source pill. After all, only a pill that had given birth to pill veins could withstand the erosion of time without losing its medicinal properties. As such, he could tell Kong Si Ran that this Tao source pill came from the Yuan Furnace Mountain and was personally refined by Gong Sun Mu himself. It was within rhyme and reason. Brother Yang, this? Although Kong Si Ran was excited and was unable to calm himself, he didn't have the slightest bit of greed in his heart. Rather, he looked at Yang Kai and stated, gritting his teeth, "This thing is extremely expensive. This Kong can't take it." Yang Kai chuckled, "Brother Kong, you are treating me like an outsider by saying this. If it weren't for you, I would never have gone to you on Furnace Mountain. Not to mention, didn't you and I discuss it before that if we find a Tao source pill inside, it will be yours and the rest of the things regarding alchemy would belong to me? Let me put it this way, I didn't just find this Tao source pill inside the Yuan Furnace Mountain, I got something useful as well. I even got to advance to the Tao source realm thanks to the opportunity inside. Yang Kai wasn't lying. Had he not taken the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup underground the Yuan Furnace Mountain, the source chi in his body would not have converted so quickly, and if his source chi had not been completely converted, he would not have been able to break through to the Tao source realm. Be that as it may, I didn't help you at all. If this Tao source pill was auctioned, it would be worth tens of millions of source crystals or even more. This Kong doesn't deserve to receive such an expensive item. Kong Si Ran kept shaking his head in refusal. He even put the Tao source pill back into the jade bottle with a flip of his hand and stuffed it into Yang Kai's hands. Even though his eyes were filled with unwillingness, his movements weren't the least bit tardy. Even his voice was loud and clear. Obviously, he wasn't being hypocritical, but he genuinely thought so. In the last auction fair, the Tao source fruit was auctioned for more than 10 million source crystals in the finale. Although a furnace of Tao source pill could be refined with a Tao source fruit and one could even get several pills if he or she was blessed by Lady Luck, it also had corresponding risks. The alchemist might fail and all of it could be for naught. And Yang Kai had taken out a Tao source pill with pill veins. Its effectiveness would be exceptional. In terms of value, it was definitely several times more valuable than the Tao source fruit. In other words, if a peak third-order origin king took this Tao source pill, there was a 70% chance of him being promoted to the Tao source realm. Brother Kong, do you really not want it? Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran with a playful smile. Kong Si Ran resolutely shook his head, but his eyes never left Yang Kai's hand. Finally, he steeled his heart and turned his head away. If the eyes don't see anything, the heart will not grieve. In that case, Yang Kai spoke very slowly. Next, he opened the jade bottle and tossed the Tao source pill in his hand. What do you want to do? Kong Si Ran vigilantly looked at Yang Kai. I want to eat it like a fried bean. This pill smells so good. It's obviously very tasty. While speaking, Yang Kai really tossed the pill in his hand. The Tao source pill immediately flew into the air. It made a parabolic arc as it flew toward his open mouth. Stop it! Kong Si Ran was struck with panic. He immediately reached out as the Tao source pill flew back into his hand before it could enter Yang Kai's mouth. He lashed out, infuriated. Damn you, Brother Yang. You are really wasting heaven's gift. It's intolerable by heaven and earth. You don't want it anyway. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look hanging on his face. Then, can't you? While speaking, Kong Si Ran sighed in resignation. Forget it, since Brother Yang is treating me like this. If this Kong still acts all coy and shy, that would be really low. This Kong accepts this Tao source pill. This Kong will forever remember Brother Yang's kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Brother Yang, please accept this Kang's bow. Having said this, he straightened his clothes before he deeply bowed to Yang Kai with an earnest look on his face. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded, accepting his bow straight on. That's better. Suddenly, he turned serious and stated, Brother Kong, you retreat in here and refine its medicinal efficacies. If my estimate is right, Maplewood City would not have any trouble hanging on for the next 7 to 8 days. These days will be enough for your advancement. I will be waiting outside for Brother Kang's good news. Either I will succeed or die trying. This Kong will live up to Brother Yang's expectations. Kong Si Ran quickly replied. Kong Si Ran had remained stagnant in the third-order origin king realm for a good couple of 100 years already. If not for the aid from the Tao source pill, he couldn't improve his cultivation at all. Yang Kai's Tao source pill with pill veins could be said to be the perfect gift at a time when he needed it the most. With Kong Si Ran's help, Yang Kai was able to obtain great benefits at the bottom of the Yuan Furnace Mountain. Furthermore, he was also willing to lend him a few 100,000 source crystals to use during the auction fair. Recalling how favorable he had been treated, Yang Kai did not hesitate one bit to give that Tao source pill to Kong Si Ran. If I am shown kindness and respect, I will return it tenfold. Yang Kai had never been stingy in his life. Although Mo Shaoqi was also at a peak third-order origin king, and might be able to promote her cultivation to the next stage within a short period of time through the aid of the Tao source pill, her situation was different from Kong Si Ran. Mo Shaoqi was young, yet already possessed this level of cultivation. Furthermore, she had a mysterious background, an extraordinary one in fact. Without even talking about her not needing the Tao Source pill at all, it was exceedingly likely that she possessed the strength to obtain one if needed. Although using the Tao Source pill to obtain a cultivation breakthrough would not have too much of an effect on a cultivator, it might have an impact on a cultivator's future cultivation progress. Therefore, no cultivator would use pills to assist in their cultivation breakthroughs unless they were faced with insurmountable situations. This was the reason why Xianxia did not consume a Tao Source pill to break through into the Tao Source realm. By the time Xianxia had left the cave mansion, not only was he accompanied by Mo Xiaoqi, he was also accompanied by the old woman and beautiful lady from the Zhang family. The latter two were not willing to wait for their deaths within the cave mansion, as, after all, there were other heirs of their family present here. If the city was to really be broken into, their Zhang family would inevitably face complete destruction. Therefore, regardless of how Xianxia tried to persuade them, the old woman and beautiful woman of the Zhang family still decided to head out to face their enemies, contributing their strength to defend their city. Exasperated, Xianxia had no other choice but to take a step back. Fortunately, although the two did not possess powerful cultivations, they were both first-order origin kings, which wasn't too shabby. Therefore, it would not be too much of a problem if they were to aid the city guards in reinforcing the spirit array by the city walls. A beam of light encased the four of them as they flew rapidly within Maplewood City. Within a short period of time, they arrived at a section of the city walls. As far as their eyes could see, a stretch of pitch-black darkness filled everything outside of the city walls. Endless waves of demon chi surged about, appearing as though it was alive, sending shivers racking through anyone who saw it. Time to time, one would even be able to hear bouts of what seemed like cries and howls, sounds that seemed to draw out painful memories in the depths of people's hearts, forcing every cultivator to circulate their strength to resist them. On the city wall, Duan Yuanshan was in charge of distributing pure heart jades. Any cultivator that had headed to the city walls to defend the city would be able to obtain a pure heart jade as a contingency measure. Upon seeing Xianxia arriving, a delighted expression appeared on Duan Yuanshan's face as he promptly said his greetings. "Over here, Brother Yang." In a blink, Xianxia brought Mo Xiaoqi and the two Zhang family ladies right before Duan Yuanshan. Looking at the scenery outside, they discovered that the demon chi was truly ferocious. However, from the looks of it now, Maplewood City did not seem to have much trouble, if any. There were quite a few cultivators present in every section of the city wall. Some were maintaining the defensive spirit array, while others were displaying their martial skills, unleashing ferocious attacks at the squirming demon chi. "Sir City Lord, please do tell us if you need any help at all." Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Since you've said it, Brother Yang, I'll be frank. Right at this moment, there aren't many Tao Source Realm Masters present within the city. If we count in Brother Yang, we still aren't able to hit 10. Every one of them has been allocated to a section of a city wall to take charge of defense. From the looks of it now, we still are able to hold on for a while. However, we also can't drop our guard. Brother Yang, you don't have any special mission. You can go about handling your matters, and while doing that, see around if there's any place that needs assistance and provide your help. How about that?" asked Duan Yuanshan with a solemn expression. "All right." Xianxia nodded his head. Duan Yuanshan quickly pulled out a communication artifact. Handling it to Xianxia, he said, "Take this, Brother Yang. If anyone needs help, they'll definitely use this to communicate. When that happens, I beseech for Brother Yang to respond at the first instant." Taking it, Xianxia did not store it in his space ring, opting to keep it within his robes. Turning his head, he looked at Mo Xiaoqi and the two Zhang family ladies and said, "For now, please stay here and listen to City Lord Duan's commands. I'll go and look around." As he said those words, he transformed into a streak of light, cruising about along the city walls. Along the city walls, countless Maplewood City cultivators were rallying together and fighting bravely. The majority of them had cultivations of Origin King Realm, and they would either fight alone or come together in groups of 3 to 5. Upon exhausting their strength, they would retreat back up the city walls where there would naturally be others to take their place. After doing an investigation, Xianxia realized that the situation wasn't too bad at all. After experiencing the initial bout of panic and bewilderment, the cultivators present in Maplewood City had already calmed their minds down. Instead of continuing to think of how to flee and escape from the city, they had truly united their wills together to defend against the demon Qi. Brilliant rays of light stemming from various martial skills rumbled towards the demon Qi. Although they were quickly destroyed by the latter with his acute divine sense, Xianxia could naturally sense that the demon Qi was also being worn down in the process. A single person might be utterly inadequate, but 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, if all of them did the same thing, the effect would be entirely different. Every time, when the demon Qi seemed to rush forwards, it would be met by powerful secret techniques or martial skills, dispelling the seemingly unstoppable demon Qi. With a casual test, Xianxia discovered that indeed, this was a foolproof simple method to deal with the demon Qi surrounding the city. However, the demon Qi possessed exceedingly powerful corrosive properties. Therefore, most cultivators simply did not dare to brandish their artifacts, choosing to only rely on their secret techniques and martial skills to unleash attacks. At this moment, Maplewood City seemed to give off a well-fortified feeling. This feeling brought forth great delight in the hearts of the cultivators on the city walls, with their morale gaining an extremely large boost. At the same time, there was an inevitable surge of contempt for the demonic Qi, as though this was the worst it could get. Time slowly passed. It had been a day since Maplewood City had been encircled by demon Qi, and, in fact, there had yet to be a fatality or people injured at all. This unusual development turned the vigilance meter in Xianxia's heart into overdrive. After all, while he was in the mine, he had personally experienced the terror brought by the ancient demon Qi. Although he did not engage in a head-on confrontation against it, just the berserk intent radiating from the demon Qi could not be underestimated. Messages coming from the various Tao Source Realm Masters were transmitted through the communication artifact. Therefore, despite everyone being at different places, all of them were able to gain a clear understanding of the situations present at each other's locations. As dawn broke on the next day, something seemed to happen to the demon Qi that surrounded Maplewood City, as it proceeded to gradually retreat a couple dozen meters, leaving an empty circular zone between it and the city walls. Upon seeing this, the cultivators on the city walls instantly let off earth-shattering cheers of jubilation. Believing that they had managed to successfully fight the demon Qi back, they could not help to start congratulating each other and celebrating their victory. In fact, a few of the Tao Source Realm Masters had also assumed this to be true. "Don't let your guard down." Duan Yuanshan's voice rang out from the communication artifact, his tones sounding solemn. At a certain part of the city wall, Xianxia stood in the air, narrowing his eyes as he looked ahead. Despite being a Tao Source Realm Master, which granted him extraordinary visual prowess, with the darkest time of the day being before daybreak, coupled with the surging demon Qi, he was unable to see too far into the distance. All of a sudden, minute vibrations started to shake the earth, as a series of muffled rumbling noises seemed to ring on in the far distance, traveling at an exceedingly fast speed towards the city. In the beginning, these vibrations were very minute, to the point that they were barely noticeable. However, they grew more and more apparent as time passed. The cheers coming from the cultivators on the city walls came to a grinding halt. After exchanging glances with each other, slivers of unease started to surface in their hearts. Xianxia took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Upon opening them, a golden radiance had impressively covered his left eye, with that pupil also turning into a shocking vertical shape. Demon Eye of Annihilation, piercing through all illusions. Within his left eye, he could see through the demon Qi with ease, allowing him to see into its depths. In the next instant, his expression suddenly changed as he roared towards the nearby cultivators. "Hurry up and increase the strength of the spirit array." At the same time, his divine sense surged, rushing into the communication artifact to transmit messages to the other Tao Source Realm Masters. "There's a large number of demonized monster beasts and human cultivators in our vicinity. Everyone be careful." Within his field of view, He could see strong and powerful figures currently heading over to his direction from within the endless surging demon chi. Not only were there monster beasts present among those figures, but also humans. These monster beasts were all strange and grotesquely shaped. God knows where they popped out from, but their entire bodies radiated vicious and evil auras that blotted their surroundings. As for those humans, after being corrupted by the demon chi, their auras had also been warped, with their vitality turning extremely vigorous. Regardless of whether they were monster beasts or humans, or their varying realms of cultivation, their numbers were incredibly terrifying. Rushing over from all directions with seemingly endless numbers, they appeared to have already surrounded the entirety of Maplewood City. Upon hearing Xianxia's roar, the nearby cultivators did not hesitate one bit, as they hurriedly channeled their strength into the defensive spirit array. With a resounding hum, the spirit array's radiance instantly grew brighter by a few degrees. The reason why these cultivators were doing what they were told to do was completely due to Xianxia displaying the might of a Dao Source Realm Master a day ago. To them, there wasn't any reason to doubt the words of a Dao Source Realm Master. In the next instant, Duan Yuanshan's orders came ringing out from the communication artifact. In a split second, the defensive spirit array surrounding the entire Maplewood City was tuned up to its most powerful state, its sparkling radiance so bright that it seemed as though daybreak had descended upon the vicinity of the city walls. Hong Long Long, the demon chi, which had been forced back several dozen meters, started to surge forward once again, roaring like a tsunami as it swirled up into giant waves that blotted the skies, rumbling right towards the city walls. Sparks started to appear in massive quantities. The demon chi was being blocked by the defensive light screen, continuously corroding its power, which caused bone-jarring sounds to ring out. God knows how many times the cultivators on the city walls experienced this situation, which naturally made them react by channeling their power without restraint into the spirit array. However, just at this instant, figure after figure suddenly started to rely on the protection of the endless demon chi as they rushed from within. Vicious, demonized monster beasts with jet-black eyes and humans shrouded in swirling black fog swept out before the Maplewood City cultivators in a specter-like fashion. Bang, bang, bang. Collision sounds continued to ring out. After making contact, those demonized monster beasts unleashed their unique divine abilities, resulting in rainbow-colored rays of beast techniques blossoming in the air. Furthermore, these demons still possessed the abilities of their previous life, with some even able to summon their artifacts to launch ferocious attacks at the defensive light barrier. Like a ball, sunken depressions continued to appear on the defensive barrier. Despite it being like a balloon and rebounding, the brilliant radiance of the defensive spirit array was rapidly turning dim. Everyone turned pale in fright. At the section of the city wall where Xianxia was located, the cultivators were also stunned by what they were witnessing. Fortunately, due to Xianxia's earlier warning, everyone had some level of mental preparation. After the initial shock had passed, everyone immediately unleashed their secret techniques and martial skills with even greater ferocity, sending them rumbling towards the demon chi. But the demon chi consumed it all, leaving no trace behind. Xianxia flicked all of his fingers, shooting bolt after bolt of gold blood thread. Under the perfect control of his divine sense, they whipped around like thrashing dragons, leaving behind stretches of golden brilliance within the demon chi. Maplewood City Defensive Spirit Array was unidirectional. When activated, it would block attacks from outside the city, while defensive attacks from within the city could pass through the spirit array freely. The vast majority of cities had similar protective arrays, while some used a bidirectional spirit array. However, the bidirectional arrays would only be activated under the direst of circumstances. Once they were activated, it meant that the city was clinging to the last line of defense. The cultivators within the cities would be unable to launch counterattacks against enemies outside of the arrays, and they would only be able to wait for their impending death. Chi, 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 chi. As golden rays of light sparkled about, the monster beasts and demons that were lunging ferociously at the city walls were sliced apart, turning into countless pieces of meat and bloody clumps, raining down from the sky. In an instant, an area of about a couple dozen meters before Xianxia had become devoid of any living creature. These monster beasts and humans who were corrupted by the ancient great demon's demon chi all possessed a high level of strength. Their fleshly bodies had been greatly enhanced, and not only were they ruthless, but they were even capable of utilizing the skills and techniques they possessed prior to their corruption. If any one of them engaged in a one-on-one duel with a cultivator at the same cultivation realm, they would win every single time. However, Xianxia was in the Dao source realm. These demonized monster beasts and humans did not have powerful cultivation realms before their corruption, the highest being was at the Origin King realm. Therefore, they were as weak as tofu before the berserk dance of the golden blood threads. Seeing this, the nearby cultivators had a massive surge in morale, and each of them proceeded to unleash their special skills, launching ferocious attacks towards the enemies. For a brief moment, the section of the city wall Xianxia was responsible for seemed to be holding strong, providing the cultivators with a huge confidence boost. Yet, a solemn shade blanketed Xianxia's face after he cast his sight into the distance. The demonized monster beasts and humans were simply too great in number, like endless waves stretching into the distance. Shrouded in jet-black demon chi, they took advantage of the surging waves of demon chi to unleash their attacks. It just took a momentary lapse in concentration for the defensive spirit array to be weakened significantly, causing it to turn dim. While waving his 10 fingers, Xianxia came to a sudden realization. He suddenly understood why it was only the demon chi that had surrounded the city yesterday. Yet in the next day, countless demons and monster beasts had appeared. This was clearly the result of the ancient demon chi that had propagated earlier. It had demonized the various living creatures in the surroundings of Maplewood City. Hence, there was not a single trace of any monster beasts or demons on the first day. From the look of it, no living creature in the vicinity of Maplewood City could have survived this, and it was not known just how far the demon chi had spread. Just as he was focusing on defending against the demonized living creatures, the communication artifact in his chest pocket suddenly vibrated. Immediately, his expression changed as he hastily pulled it out to check the message he had received. The situation at the southwest corner has changed. Hurry and reinforce it, Brother Yang. City Lord Duan Yuan Shan's command rang out from within the communication artifact. Returning the communication artifact to his pocket, Xianxia turned to look southwest. Unfortunately, his objective was too far away, and he was unable to make anything out. The only thing he could make out was the incomparably dense demon chi, as well as traces of furious roars ringing from that direction. Just as he was surveying the situation, a figure suddenly flashed to his side. Upon appearing, the person spoke out in haste. "Go over there, Brother Yang. This old man will take charge of this section of the wall." The person who said those words was, impressively, the Maplewood City's Vice Lord, Drunkard. Having said that, Drunkard suddenly pulled out the large green gourd that had been hanging on his waist, before taking a fierce gulp of wine. While doing so, he formed seals with his hands, and his face abruptly turned red. In the next instant, his cheeks bulged out, before he spit at the enemies fiercely. An endless stream of intense flames spewed out from his mouth. Surging forth, the intense flames were filled with unimaginable heat. Any demons or monster beasts that it came into contact with would cry out miserably as they retreated. Nevertheless, they were unable to extinguish the flames that had landed on their bodies. Despite their struggling, all of them were reduced into piles of ashes within 3 breaths. The nausea-inducing smell of burnt flesh began to perfuse through the air. Not yet done, Drunkard proceeded to wave his head about slightly, causing the flames spewing out from his mouth to follow suit. He kept it up until an intense wall of flames 300 meters wide was formed before the city walls. A fiery glow covered the skies, casting its radiance everywhere, as though it wanted to burn the entire sky into a fiery red shade. All of the surrounding demons retreated in succession, no longer willing to even come close at all. Bringing his exhalation of flames to a stop, a slight shiver racked through Drunkard's body. It seemed that this move was a taxing one that he wasn't able to use easily. Seeing this, Xianxia nodded towards Drunkard and disappeared with a flicker. The southeast corner was quite a distance away from his current location. However, For Xianxia, who possessed a spatial secret technique, it didn't take long at all. Xianxia unleashed his space techniques without any restraint, arriving in the southeastern corner in a few flashes. Right as he arrived, Xianxia's eyes immediately narrowed after taking in what was around him. At this moment, there was a hole several dozen meters wide in the defensive spirit array. Just like a cat that had smelt fish, the surging demon chi came drilling in through the hole, and there were even quite a few demonic figures present within the incoming demon chi, unleashing attacks at the nearby cultivators as they breached the city walls. There were several dozen corpses strewn across the ground, while slivers of demon chi were slithering into their noses and mouths. Standing at the entrance of the hole was an old man with a head full of white, a jade scepter in his hand. Waving it around, mysterious beams of light radiated out from the scepter, turning the demonic beings rushing through the hole into dust. This old man was radiating the aura of a Tao Source Realm Master. He was unleashing his source chi without restraint, causing his robes to flutter about in its might. On the city walls, countless cultivators stood united as they defended against the invading demon chi and demonic creatures. The entire situation was utterly chaotic. Right after he arrived, Xianxia immediately summoned his Tao Source Grade low-rank sword. Activating his 5-element indestructible sword chi, sword flowers blossomed on his long sword as he sent a stab downwards. Chi 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 chi. Rainbow-colored beams of sword chi rained down from the sky, enveloping a gigantic region. All of the demonic creatures that were within this region were either sliced in two or suffered serious injuries, leaving them roaring furiously in anger. Moreover, the greater portion of the sword chi swept towards the complete corpses present on the ground. Pu piu piu. As the sword chi scattered away, explosive sounds rang out from the corpses, before all of them exploded into dust. The countless cultivators who had witnessed this sight were dumbfounded by what they saw. In the next instant, all of them shot furious glares at Xianxia. After all, among the corpses lying on the ground, there were family members, friends, and compatriots who had fought alongside them. They had been killed by demonic creatures, and nothing could be done about it. But denying the chance to have their bodies remain in one piece after their death? Even more incorrigible was that it was one of their own that had destroyed all traces of the bodies. How could anyone ignore this? If you all don't wish for more demonic creatures to be born, destroy all of the corpses. This demon chi not only corrupts living, but it doesn't even let the dead in peace. Noticing their misunderstanding, Xianxia hastily shouted in response. Hearing his words, some of them seemed to understand, but the majority still had doubts within their hearts. After all, how could the dead come back to life? No matter how incomparably mysterious the ancient demon chi was, how could it let the dead live again? However, their doubts did not last long, as a corpse suddenly rose. Shrouded in demon chi, its eyes snapped open, no longer having any white. The color had been fully replaced by an abstruse, scarlet-black shade. This, sir, is indeed correct. Hurry up and destroy the remaining bodies. Some people shouted out loudly. Now, who would dare to hesitate? Everyone proceeded to take action, destroying all of the bodies in their vicinity. As for those newly resurrected demons, their heads were chopped off by Xianxia before they could even examine the world after death, falling right back onto the ground. Turning around, Xianxia swept his sword out once again, radiance blossoming and sword chi shooting out without restraint. Ching! Sword chi swept out, ripping the greater half of the demonic creatures present into 10,000 pieces. I'll leave the rest to you guys. With a shout, Xianxia took to the air and headed towards the old man. The source of the danger in the southeast corner was ultimately the broken defensive spirit array. If the hole wasn't patched, endless amounts of demon chi and demonic creatures would continue to pour through. Not far away, there were already array masters hard at work. However, they still required a bit more time to repair the array. It was utterly impossible to rely solely on the old man to block up the hole. From time to time, the demonic creatures that were able to slip through his attacks would make it to the city, causing chaos to the cultivators below. Furthermore, from his expression, It appeared as though the old man was somewhat unable to continue sustaining the constant activation of the scepter artifact in his hand. The burden of using it was immense, causing his expression to turn slightly pale as a result. "I'm here to help you, old sir." With a flash, Xianxia appeared by the side of the old man. Right as he finished saying those words, he shook the long sword in his hand. A shimmer glazed over the long sword, before countless rays of sword chi shot out from its tip, flying towards the gap. In an instant, the demonic creatures and demon chi gathering around the hole suffered serious injuries, forcing them to pull back. Seeing this, a look of delight appeared on the old man's face as he hastily opened his mouth. "This Qin thanks you, little brother." Indeed, just like an arrow at the end of its flight, he had exhausted his strength heavily through his solitary actions of defending at this place. If Xianxia had come any later, he might really have lost his life from overexhaustion. The old man took a step back and let Xianxia take the lead. Seeing this, Xianxia did not back down. Noticing the demon chi and demonic creatures he had pushed back starting to regain ground, a cold look appeared on his face as he extended his hand out to the front. Space force started to surge, before a jet black hole suddenly appeared within the hole, fitting perfectly within the empty space. Space secret technique, exile. All of the demon chi and demonic creatures that intruded were devoured completely by the black hole, with not a single one of them left behind. Although the black hole was only able to exist for 10 breaths before dissipating away, this peculiar secret technique caused a sliver of terror to surface within all of the demonic creatures, and for a moment, none of them dared to proceed forward.